Yang kerpat bi yang lang maro in pelong jing duai. Tang in duai. Duai bi mi dorong kat ma me ngi baro kini ki kun ki kun samla ki jongi kin thei pa silang ki blewan ban sim. Mentah kan ke por minang rongkat ki makan program kan yai baik nadu pusdang ke por ke kut ke por jongka pat kinong penyaj try bit minang kerkhui kini i sengen thei ji ko is kesihir ki belapan baik kini program i jismi ni nong lam kini ke por minang kerkhui ki ai ke met koi pe ki try bit kini kam macam kan yai baik siaprang bagbaro akan ke por iwan akan ke por shwa pengin pendon kam ni IT seme au bulai budap ni isnai min dorang kating ni kapor baro min suma sukherengi min dorang kating ni baro siani sakti bulai jang me simi kini baro siani IT ba jeme jong try nat menta pa chum juku sarata amen sit up.
I would now like to call upon Dr. Jasmine. Dr. Jasmine, Doctor, please give the welcome address.
A very good morning to everybody. It is a very special occasion. Today, the 26th of June, when the world recognizes the difficulties and the problems that emerge due to drug addiction and illicit trafficking. So to commemorate this very important day, the Women's Wing of the National People's Party chose this occasion to mobilize an advocacy to talk about this problem that so many families in our society are facing. And the theme of this year's commemoration is People First, Stop Stigma and Discrimination, Strengthen Prevention. So as the theme suggests, it is also time for us to keep on conversing about this very important problem. A problem that most of all families feel stigmatized. In my profession as a clinical psychologist, I have seen how the problem gets hidden. They don't go for treatment. And then the problem becomes so big that at times they lose their young children to drug overdose or to suicides or to lack of direction in the youth's life. So I welcome each and every one of you to this very important occasion. And we hope that by the end of this very vibrant discussion and debate from our very, abled contestants, we will get some key points that we will submit a resolution to the departments concerned so that advocacy becomes a primary focus for preventing this problem in the future. I extend a very warm welcome to Sarakam A. Sangma, Honorable Minister of Education, who has consented to be our chief guest at a very short notice. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. Your presence with these students here will give them a kind of hope that yes, even in the colleges, something can be done with this problem. We also welcome Madam Shanta Mary Shilla, who is the MLA of Sutnga Saipung, East Jainte Hills. Thank you, ma'am, for coming all the way from your residence at Jainte Hills to be with us. We wanted Madam to be here because she is the face of the women in our political arena. And we thought that, yes, we need somebody who will talk about family issues. Thank you so much, ma'am, for coming. We welcome our judges, Dr. Pakha Tersia, who is a consultant psychiatrist and has many years of experience in this field of drug addiction and rehabilitation. Many a times I have spoken with Dr. Pakha about why we need more rehabilitation centers in our community. So maybe your presence here, you can give us some ideas about how we can go about with this very important, topic. He has passed out from the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, Bangalore. So he has had a lot of experience with community work. Your presence here really, at a short notice, you have agreed to be here with us. We also welcome our judge, Mr. Subir Sangma. He's the DSP of Shillong City. Thank you, sir. I think every time in the news, we are always seeing how the police are running to curb this illicit trafficking. And maybe with the college students here, you'll hear their problems and you'll be able to give some of your suggestions to them. Thank you for coming. We also would like to welcome Mr. David Lightplang, a very eminent journalist of our community and the president of the press club, who has so, unconditionally accepted our invitation to be as a judge panel. Thank you, sir, for coming here. We always see how much you speak about the youth issues. This is a very big problem amongst our youth, and more should be written about this. We would like to thank Mr. Bajop Pangrop, MDC, and a very dynamic youth representative in our party. He is also the speaker for the debate, and he will control if there's anything happening. You take charge of the discussions. Thank you so much for coming here today. Your presence really is it will give a lot of encouragement to our youth to start talking about this problem. The more we listen to our youth, the more we hear them speak about their problems, I think our policies also will be more meaningful. And I would like to welcome our respective, contestants who have agreed to be in this very important panel discussion. Really, I'm sure that your preparations will help us also to channelize very important points in how policies can be implemented in our state. I would like to thank our Sunata and her team for, and Dondor for giving us this opportunity to screen also a very short film that they have made on what it is like to go through the problems of heroin addiction. You will see this film when it is screened towards the end. Thank you so much for being here. And we hope that you will make this short film into a more, a longer film so that the message is there and people can learn through the media. We would like to welcome our media and everybody who is here sitting in this hall. Please enjoy, and we would like to welcome even our viewers, because we thought that it is a time for holidays, so the college students are not able to be here with us. We thought that it is important for them to hear this very important discussion. So we went on to, include live streaming also for this important program. I would like to welcome our youth, NPYF Shillong City President who is there. I'd like to welcome by Jade and everybody who is here. I cannot name each and every one. Time is not permitting me to do that. So just enjoy the show and give your suggestions in whatever way we can. let us know how we can reach out to the youth. Thank you.
Check. Thank you, Dr. Jasmine, for the welcome address. I'd like to call on stage right now to just set the mood in the right pace, in the right direction. We have artists, Neil Umwi, we have Desmond Sun, and myself and a friend are accompanying them in a song. This was a song that was produced, I think, about 2 years back. We had a little competition in a radio station called Red FM. It was on the occasion of on the International Day on Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking that we organized a little competition to a songwriting competition where we invited singers to, submit their songs. And Neil Umwi's song was the winning song of that particular year. And the song was so touching and was so, it related so well to the subject matter that we decided we had to produce it. So we do have a video of this song that's floating on YouTube as well, on Neil's YouTube channel. And well, it's a song called Made for More. The song talks about how addiction affects not just the individual person, the person who is an addict himself, but how it affects the family, and on a broader aspect, how it affects the entire society. So we urge you to support the cause. Please go to Neil's page and do have a listen, do have a watch.
The song is called Made for More. Another dose won't be too bad for me. I'm on the edge of a life, fighting my addictions no one could see. It's been a month that I hadn't touched that stuff. Now the urge to have just one more shot's taking over me, and I'm all a mess. So I called up my dad, said I can't go on like this. Daddy said, son, you don't need this. You can find your happiness in other things. You don't need to get high to feel you're on top of the world. I know right now you don't make sense, but all this stuff won't even be over here. This loneliness is all that I bring. Son, you can change your ways to find that place where you belong. It ain't a fire, the high, the buzz that makes you strong. You're made for more. We talked for a while on the phone and I told him everything. Said, Dad, I'm sorry, I never meant to be this way. Dad said, it's gonna be tough, but you're gonna get through it. Life's got temptations, but you have to fight them. Pills and pain ain't the answer to everything. You might not get this now, but it all gets lost sometimes, and you'll find your way back. Son, you don't need this. You can find your happiness in other things. You don't need to get high to feel you're on top of the world. I know right now it don't make sense, but all this stuff won't even be of any help, 'cause loneliness is all it'll bring. Son, you can change your ways to find the place where you belong. It ain't a fire, the high, the buzz that makes you strong. Oh, you're made for more. You're made for more. You're made for so much more than the scars on your hands could ever tell. You've got another chapter to open up, so don't forget. You've got a story to tell. You don't need all of this. You can find your happiness in other things. You don't need to get high to feel you're on top of the world. I know right now it don't make sense, but all this stuff won't even be of any help, 'cause loneliness is all it'll bring. Yes, you can change your ways. You'll find that place where you belong. It ain't the fire, the high, the buzz that makes you strong. No, it ain't the fire, the high, the buzz that makes you strong. You're made for more. Oh, you're made for more, you're made for more, you're made for more. Thank you.
Thank you to Neil. Thank you for writing that beautiful song. It's been 2 years now, but the melody of that song still keeps ringing on my head every time, we talk about drug addiction. Once again, the video is there on his YouTube channel. You can check out that space as well. Moving ahead now, I would like to call on stage the Honorable MLA, Ms. Smriti Santa Mary Shilla, to give the address as the guest of honor.
A very good morning to everyone present here. It gives me immense joy to be on this program and opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Jasmine, for inviting me to this program. I thank Sir Rakam A. Sangma, our Honorable Minister of Education, Border Areas, and JD. Thank you, sir, for being part of this program. It gives us joy and hope and encouragement since you're here. As to say, sir has been one of the dynamic minister. He's been moving around the whole state. And also, he hasn't come to my area, but he'll be coming soon. So I think we'll make a program by one of this next week, I hope, hopefully. So I also like to thank our Honorable Dr. Mehta. Thank you, ma'am, for coming here, for giving us again the encouragement to improve more on this program, and we being the on the party workers, especially Dr. Jasmine being the president of the East Khasi Hills Women's Wing, it will give us the encouragement to give such kind of program in every part of the Meghalaya. I'd like also thank the judges. I so sorry I don't know all your names, but then Thank you so much for being here. And Sir Bajob, the embassy of Ramrai, thank you. And I thank all of you, the participants, the members of the NPP, and everyone present here. The president also, Bajid, is also here. Thank you so much for being part of this program. Today is a very important program, as to say, the 26th June. We celebrate the international, what's that? Sorry. We celebrate the International Day of the drug abuse and illicit trafficking. And this date was adopted since the 7th of December 1987 by the General Assembly. I think today's day is a very important day for all of us. I, being a mother, I can understand that there are in so many families suffering with our children being a drug addict. Therefore, being a woman, head of the family, and the father also being the head of the family, it's a very difficult task to, to see such kind of situation in a family. Therefore, a mother plays a very important role in a family. As you say, you can tell that she's a mastermind. She tackles every problem in the family. And to say, my dear students, I understand that you are the future of the generation ahead tomorrow in the future. Therefore, my request to all of you is always be obedient to your parents and to your elders, of course. It's an important message that we try a level best. We make all kinds of efforts to give whatever needs for our children. So this kind of when any of our children face such kind of a situation, what do? We are helpless, and we sometimes we ignore them also. As a mother, we don't even support our children because they are drug addicted. We just say, leave him alone. But being a mother, we must support whatever means we have in our lives. We have to give to our children, especially to the person who is a drug addict. It's very important. So, as you say, women plays a very important role in all kinds of uh, in many ways, as you say, in the society, in the family, and even in the politics way also. See, I am the only woman from Jainti Hills, the first woman MLA in Jainti Hills. So hopefully I can make some changes. Hopefully I can make some changes to our people over there. So today I'm seeing that there are how many participants? Around 12 or 15 of them. It's a great thing for us that you're participating today, because I also love to know something from you all. We also is a new thing for us, being a new legislator also, and it's a great opportunity for me to be here. So thank you for having the courage to participate part of this program. In the last few days, uh, Meghalaya police have seized huge amount of narcotic substances along the national highway, which is my area only. National Highway 6 is Jaintia Hills. They got so much of this the drug abuse, means they were carrying drugs along that way. So this shows the kind of threats our youth and states are facing. My dear students and friends, drug is a threat to you, your family, friends, government, and society. And as such, you should ensure that you do not get involved in that. Once a person gets involved into drugs, it's dungeons, difficulties to come out of that being addicted person. Drug destroys has no benefits for anything. Therefore, you should be a torch barrier against drugs. Many times there's a stigma to drugs users, and often such people are looked down. Like I said, even in the family, being a family members, we still look down on that person. So we should never look down. Instead, we should give them some support. So today's theme is that people's first stop stigma and discrimination strengthen prevention. As you say, this theme, we being in any part of a society or any part of the family, we should support our people. We should always, even though they fall into the drain or whatever, those drug addicted people, we should give them counseling. We should support them in different kind of ways. Maybe they'll bug you and they'll irritate you, but still, I feel that all of us, a mother, a father, a sister, a brother, a friend, we should always support them in a different way. So the government and the police alone cannot stop, we, the public itself, can help them in different ways. We only can help the youths to not do this thing. This is a very bad thing. It will affect every single part of your life. It is a very bad for every part of the society, family, and as such. You, the students and youth, are the most vulnerable to drug. There will be attempt to drag you into the menace, and some will use your personal difficulties as a bait. But my dear young people, do not be tempted in such activities. The government has enacted a string law against drug called the NDPS Act. It has a very strict provision. It will lead to your arrest if you even get involved in drugs. And once the law catches you, your life and future is at stake. Therefore, my dear students, encourage your friends. Do not use, always say no to drugs. For society, you are the first stand and first line of defense. And therefore, you should take pledge against drugs and help and assist the government in tackling this national threat. Meghalaya being a transit state, and therefore we have witnessed there is a great threat of illicit trafficking of drugs, and our youths and future generation are facing a dangerous threat, and it is up to each and every one of you and to us to fight against the menace of drugs. You are all educated and has a very great future ahead, and you know what is best for you, and drug is certainly should not be in the line of your life. Before I conclude, I'd like to request each and everyone here participating in the debate and everyone present here that this organization, this program organized by our NPP people, this we should take up in every district, most especially in my area in East Gender Hills. I think it's a transit way of taking drugs, but many of my young people are also affected by this. Therefore, I request our honorable NPP president, please come to my area also. And also, I hope that this program gives you a positive results against drugs. Let us fight these drugs together and make this society a free drug society. We join hands together with all our honorable minister and MLAs. We will try our level best that being in the government, that we should fight this together and win this together, that Meghalaya should be a free drug society. Thank you very much. Kublai Shibon, Mithela, Jahin.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A lot of things that you said there was very, very relevant. I hope the students here, the contestants, have taken note of that. Now, moving on ahead, I'd like to request the working president of the Women's Wing, East Khasi Hills, Ms. Damilari, to please felicitate the guests.
I will like to call all the members of the National People's Party, East Khasi Hills Women's Wing, to get ready as we felicitate our chief guests, guests of honor, our judges. First, we would like to felicitate Sir Rakham A. Sangma, who is the chief guest of today's program, and also Sir is the Education Minister of Meghalaya. Margarita Jirwa will felicitate Madam Santa Mary Shilla, who is the guest of honor today's program. Sharon Lingdo will felicitate Dr. Mithap A. Sangma, who is the guest and the invitees of today's program. Dimple Darling will felicitate Dr. Pakha Tersia, who is our judge for today. Isidora Lingdo Maulong will felicitate Sir Subir Sangma. Banrihun Maukon will felicitate Mr. Bajok Pingrop, who is the MDC of the Rambrai Jerngam constituency. Thank you. So sorry. Esther Kharbamon will felicitate David Lightplang. He's sitting. So sorry.
Moving on ahead, we would now like to request on stage our chief guest, Sri Rakham A. Sangma, the Honorable Minister of Education and MLA, to please give his address.
Very good morning to all of you. Madam Dr. Jasmine, who is the president of East Khasi NPP Women's Wing, Madam Santa Mary, Honorable MLA from Gentiles. I hope not all the seats from Gentiles should not be captured by women. And the top men, Bajov, the Honorable MDC from Ramrai, Dr. C.S. Sangma, our Sir CM Mrs. With us, and all the judges, and I've seen David, the president of Press Club Shillong, and all my dear mothers and the members of NPP Women's Wings, East Khasi Hills, and all the office bearers of the NPP, the district, and all the participants. So I'm confused today. So Madam Dr. C.S. Sangma just called me off to be the chief guest of this function. I got to know the NPP Women's Wing is being organized this program. So I don't have any way to escape. So I have to say yes only, because the mothers have the very powerful message. So this morning I would like to express my gratefulness to all the organizer for taking this very, very beautiful and effective and important initiative of this program. So this is something important that everybody should shoulder the responsibility. So it is always said, the submission to the injustice is sin. After knowing all this demerit of all this kind, if we remain silent, we will and you will also be responsible. Therefore, I would like to extend my thanks to the women's team of NPP for taking this strong initiative that you have not submitted to the injustice being prevailing in the society. And also, therefore, as always said, the prevention is always better than cure that we always talk about. Yes, really. Maybe the many expert, many medical professionals are here, but to me as a layman, I think no medicine, no expert will be able to bring back the already addicted person to the original form. Therefore, the best medicine is the awareness and the prevention and the education. So I think the NPP Women's Wing has taken the best medicine to give to the people. Therefore, it's my prayer, my appreciation to all of you, not only this afternoon. So I would like to ask Madam Mary Santa Mary has stated this kind of message, this kind of education, this kind of awareness should be reach out to every individual, to every family, to every students of our state. As an education minister, I used to see, and we experienced too, like the many young people have taken all these kinds for granted. But at the end of the day, we see lots of young people lost their life, lots of young people lost their conscience, and lots of young people lost their glorious times. Therefore, I would like to say to all my dear young friends, let us understand, let us always realize how important our time is. Because it's once in life we're getting such opportunity, but if we lose this best opportunity, it will never come back again. As a physics students, we always talk about the gravitational force. Yes, the bigger force always attract the smaller. But within the gravitational field, if any particle, if any electron, proton, or anything, any materials, if beyond the gravitational field, that the gravitational force of that particular object will not be able to attract and bring back that particles, that items. Therefore, it is very difficult. Like the human being, the human nature is like a gravitational force that attracts towards it. But also our values, our human being nature, the good behavior of our human beings, sometimes not able to pull back our many lives back. It has already crossed the limit. It's not within the boundary of the human gravitational boundary. Therefore, I would like to urge my young students across the state. There are many activities of this kind. There are many young boys being practiced, girls practice, but let's not cross the boundary. Let us be within the boundary. Otherwise, when you cross the boundary, you will not able to come back. At the end of the day, you will realize how beautiful life it was when you look, when you see from across the bridge. You will not able to cross back the bridge. Therefore, as we have times, let us be within the boundary. Let us take the best medicine is the education when we have the best time in our life. So with this, I give my best wishes to all the debate participants. This kind of program is something which I used to participate from when I was a student. So maybe I'm very fond of participating in this like a debate competition. Maybe because of that I'm become MLA today. Therefore, I would like to urge my young friends, my students, always keep yourself updated. Always participate of this kind of program and put across your views, your points. In the process, the society, the world learn from the best brain that you have. Therefore, do not think you are just a students, but you are the new generation minds that you have. Put across, put your points towards. Yes, many of my times when I was students, my teachers used to give me the long script, long written debate. I used to memorize, knows nothing. Many of the time I have memorized and speak out in college at the school time, but still I won. But maybe I don't know of this contains, but maybe the audience might have learned what I have spoken. Therefore, I would like to encourage my young students. Whatever the opportunity that you get, let us participate. Let us put our best minds that we have for the interests of our society, for the greater move of our state, and also for the betterment of human beings. Therefore, I would like to also tell my young prince, let us use the best time that we have for as a responsible citizen, as a responsible students. Let us contribute in what way possible that you have for the betterment of our state and our society. There are many what you call area where we need the new ideas. There are many politicians, there are many officials, there are many senior people whose minds have become equilibrium. Sometimes when we are very busy, we don't know what is the best idea to address it. What's the best policy to adopt with? But during all this, the young people are with the new ideas and the new brains always the nation looks upon. Therefore, I would like to request all the college students, whatever the thought you have in your mind, put in use and make it use. It may be like a small contribution towards the betterment of our society and our country. So my best wishes to all of you for this debate as well as for your rest of your endeavor of your life. And also, would like to again thanks to all the mothers, women's wings. I'm impressed today, like all the great mothers are here with us. And I believe like it may be just the beginning and in the middle of the journey. But we have long way to go. I believe, and my dear mothers will carry this responsibility and will reach out to many, many, many husbands, to many young friends, many young students of our state. We always look up to our mothers. So as our state, as a matrilineal society, women is always at the, we always said, the husband is the head of the family. But you also said, husband is the head of the family, which thinks and decide. But always said, women and the wives are the leg of the family, which turn around the husband. I believe if sometime we may moving with directionless, but I believe the women of the state and every mothers in the family have the potential to turn around to the right direction. I believe with your contribution, very good thinking agenda that as a party, as a society, as a state, as a country with mothers' participation of this kind will be able to lead us in a perfect direction in our journey. So I wish my best wishes with all of you, and also request to reach out and to keep yourself active more. And there may be like pension people, when retired people there might be. So I would like to request all the women of the state who are retired from the government service of all the state to be more active. Because if we psychological, madam was talking about if the most important things of women's, or maybe the man, retired people, they think I am retired. They sit at home. The psychological effect is they even grow older faster. If you feel we are free enough now, I can move around and contribute to our society, then you will feel yourself very, very strong. Therefore, with that perspective, I would like to request every every mothers to be more active of this kind. And because we have, as a society, many lots of things to be learned from you. And also, lastly, in the education department, I'm happy, I think 80 to 90% of the teachers and the employees in the education department are mostly women. It's a very, very inspiring and we inspire. But therefore, when you capture the majority area in the society, I believe that you inspire us in the days to come. With these few words, I give my best wishes to all of you. God bless you. Matela, Koble Seven, and Joy Hind. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of encouragement. And in the spirit of debate, sir, I will challenge your talk when you said, sir, that if the father is the head of the house, then the mother is the legs. Well, I challenge that in the spirit of debate, right? To me, the father is the head of the house and the mother is the heart of the house. Yeah? So I think I got that one. Anyways, we're going to take a short tea break. But before that, just to set your mindsets in the right direction, I'll make it very short and very fast. It's a very short story. And this is a true life incident that happened. I have two friends, very close friends. Let's call them Jack and John, right? Both of them were addicts. And there was this one incident when these guys, were shooting up, as the lingo goes. And they were in the car and they were in this Maoyong stretch where we have the Maoyong viewpoint now. But this was many years ago. So they were in the car. Both of them were getting intoxicated. One of them started to overdose. All right. Now the other friend, see, John was the one who was getting overdosed. He was getting into that phase where, he was going to go down. The other friend was too high to help him. Jack was too high. John was already had lost his senses. And in his state, and Jack, who was still somewhat conscious, And in that state of delirium, he actually thought his friend had died. And in a state of panic, since these boys were working boys, there was a bag of charcoal at the back of the trunk, a big bag of charcoal. He emptied all the charcoal out and he dumped the body of John inside the bag of charcoal, thinking that John had died. Okay? And then Jack went back to the car and he passed out on the steering wheel. Now, what happened was, since they were on the side of the road, on the side of the highway, there was a string of 108 ambulances that were coming back from Assam. They had gone there for a training session. So there were 6 ambulances coming back at around 2:30 in the morning. And in one of those ambulances, there was a nurse who had gone for the training program, and she recognized that car. All right, she recognized this truck. As you like, she told her colleague, "Stop, stop, stop! That's my nephew's car, and I know his condition. He's an addict." So they stopped. There were 6 vans. So you can imagine each van has about 4 personnels. There were about 24 medical representatives in those vans. They stopped. They checked the boys. They checked Jack and this nurse. She asked him, "Where's John? Where's my nephew?" Because they're always together, these boys. So he said, "Where's my nephew? Where's my nephew?" And he said, "He's dead. He's in the back seat. He's in the trunk behind." They went, took him out of the bag of the gunny bag that he was placed inside, and they started reviving him. Okay. Now, at that point of time, since there was a lot of medical help on the spot, they were able to save his life. And he went into rehab. Both the boys went into rehab. Both the friends went into rehab. Now, there is no silver lining to this story because one of them just 2 years ago passed away. And he passed away, he overdosed. So, before we go to the tea break, I want the contestants here to take note of the seriousness of drug addiction in our state. And like very well pointed out, like Sir Sangma had said, the women, our mothers, our sisters play a very, very important role because the addiction level when it comes to men and women is much higher for the men in the state of Meghalaya right now. So our sisters, our mothers, women who are, who fight for this cause, they play a very, very important role in this. I'm very glad to see that there are a lot of girl participants from the various colleges today. So a round of applause for that, please. On that note, we shall go for a short tea break. We will be back and we will start the competition immediately. Thank you so much. Okay, this is going to be exactly about 10 minutes, yeah? So we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Check, check, check. Check, check, check.
Check. We request the contestants from the colleges to please come to stage. Contestants of the various colleges to please come to stage before we start the program. There's a little talk we need to have. Check. Welcome back, everyone, and we are set to start off the debate competition. I'd like to thank our judges who are here with us today. Thank you so much. Yeah, so welcome back. A big thank you to our judges for being here with us today. A big thank you to the contestants, to the various colleges who are here. Moving on ahead with the debate competition without wasting too much time, here are the rules and regulations. We have tweaked the format a little bit because this theme, this subject that is there before us is not something that we can take for granted. It's something that's very, very grave. It's something that is affecting our society. It's affecting our students. It's affecting the age group at which a person can get addicted to is very, very young. On my way to the to the venue this morning. In the car, I was listening to a radio station, and there was a testimony by a boy named Aryan, and he talked about how he got into addiction and how it affected his life. When I say affected his life, it meant it affected his entire system. His mother went into depression. She lost weight. She went down to about 39 kgs. His father got back into alcohol. He was an alcoholic before. He had given up, but then because of the condition of his son and what was happening in the family, the father also fell back into alcohol. So the family was struggling. And well, Aryan now is recovered. And Pa Desmond, who was singing the song earlier today, he's the programming head of that station. And I was asking him about the boys who had come. He said there were 6 of them who came to give the testimony. The youngest one was 13 years old. He was 13 years old. So, you know, there are so many aspects to addiction that we need to understand, that we need to dig deeper into. It's not just a surface problem. There was a talk once when we were sitting for the meeting to set up the theme for this discussion. A member of mine from my panel had said that, you know, our kids are getting into addiction because our kids are not getting opportunities of work. Yes, that is there. Very much. I do agree. We need more jobs. We need more activities for them. But we need to target this problem from the grassroots level. Because if children are getting addicted at the age of 13, at that age, you're not thinking about work. You're still supposed to be studying. You're still supposed to be, you know, you're in school. So if it is happening at that age, then I think our problem needs to be redirected to at the school levels. So I think the new drug policy that the government has come up with, I hope that there's a section there which allows the counselors to address school children. If, as the theme says, prevention, if I think we can target prevention first and keep that right in front and address school children, bringing the motivational speakers, bringing the counselors, if they say no at that age, then I think it's a big problem that we're going to solve, or, you know, make sure that the kids don't get into in the teens, because as they grow up, it's in the teens that kids starts to experiment. So that being said, we have changed the rules a little bit so that, you know, the idea is to bring out, to get their perspective of what drug addiction can do, how important are drug policies, where the weightage should be into stronger policies, drug policies, or into preventive measures. That is the theme. That is the debate for today. And I was telling all the students, none of the themes are wrong. For the motion and against the motion, neither is wrong. Let me say that outright in the open. But yes, there's enough scope, enough room for debate, enough space for growth. That being said, here are the rules and regulations. Each participant will get 4 + 1 minutes in the first round. During this round, no participant is allowed to interrupt the other except for the speaker in the case of any abusive language or any kind of content that may be sensitive or that may hurt the sentiments of others. All right? A warning bell will be announced at the 4th minute. The bell is there with Kong. She's the timer. You should hear the bell. Kong, I think a little louder. Yes. Okay. So that announces 4 minutes, right? Then you have your mental clock, and you know you have exactly a minute after that. If the second bell rings, means your time is up. If you exceed 30 seconds after the second bell, then you'll be liable for deduction of marks. All right? -1 point will go if you exceed the 30 seconds after the second bell. Contestants, clear? Cool. After the first round is over, like I said, it is not a traditional debate competition. We've changed the format slightly. So what we'll do is, the judges will give us the marks, and we will choose the 7 best speakers. All right? The top 7 speakers. It doesn't matter which college you're from. 2 of the best speakers may be from the same college. Okay? And it's not just for or against the motion. The best speakers, the 7 top best speakers, will be chosen for the rebuttal. All right? We're not going to have a second round or a final round. We're going to go straight to the rebuttal. Understood, contestants? Clear? Okay. Now, at the rebuttal, we will have, each participant will be given 2 + 1 minutes. Okay? You have 2 minutes to talk, the bell will ring at the second minute. At the third minute, again, if you exceed 30 seconds after the second bell, -1 point will be deducted from your score sheet. All right? Now, what's important is also this. The marks that you accumulated on the first round will not be carried over to the rebuttal round. All right? Once we choose the 7 top speakers, those 7 speakers now will come fresh. We'll have to start fresh with a fresh set of scores. Clear? Yeah? Okay. Like, I think these rules have been sent to you. These are very, very important rules. Very simple, in fact. No books, mobile phones, other gadgets will be allowed during the competition. All right? You guys have all been given your slots. We all have seen you have your slots. The only change is that number 5 and number 7 will not be participating with us today. So we will skip from number 3 to number 6, and we will skip 7, and we will go to number 8. And the final thing is, the judge's decision will be final. Now, that being said, I'd like to request Pak Bajop, who is the speaker for our debate competition. Sir, please, an honor to have you with us. Also the speaker of NPP. Thank you so much, Pak. Always very inspiring to see Pak Bajop talk. Inspires me a lot. Thank you, Pak, for being part of this. Okay, now with that being said, ma'am, timer is ready? Yeah? Okay. I will just go through the theme once. Contestant number 1, can I see you, please? Okay. The debate theme is drug policies to combat the menace of drug abuse and illicit trafficking. For the motion is we should have stringent policies to combat drug abuse and illicit trafficking. Against the motion, policies should focus towards preventive and rehabilitative measures to combat drug abuse and illicit trafficking. Contestant number 1, the mic is yours. Please announce what are you talking for. Are you for the motion, against the motion? Yes. Yeah. So number 1 will be. Are you sure? Okay. It will not be Mr. Debragha. It will be Julian Thaba from St. Anthony's College who will go first. Julian Thaba, are you there? Okay. Sir, the mic is yours. Just announce whether you're in for the motion and against, and
you have to announce. Yeah, before.
before.
I think you can sit. Okay, take the stand. Yeah, you can take the stand.
And we will tell you exactly when to start when ma'am is ready. Restart. Hang on, huh?
Yeah, I will take over, Andres. Kindly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I welcome once again to all the participants of different colleges for this important debate organized by the Women's Wing, NPP East Khas Hills District. I welcome all the judges and chief guests, the guests of honor, and all people who have given the valuable time to come here and witness this important debate on this important day where we are celebrating International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking. Without taking much time, I would like to welcome on stage Julian Thaba. According to the slots which have been given, he'll be the number 1 participant from St. Anthony's College. Julian Thaba, vote number 8 to start the debate. Thank you.
A very good evening to you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I would like to wish a very good evening to everyone present out here, including the judges and to all the viewers. Mr. Speaker, I have a confession to make. I am a drug user. And 90% of the people, if I ask that question, will also, I expect that the answer will be yes. But Mr. Speaker, the drugs that I'm talking about, that I use and that 90% of the people use, are not related to the ones that we are going to talk about in this topic as the drugs that I use in the form of medicines. all medicines are considered as drugs, but not all drugs are considered as medicine. Now, drugs is considered a menace to society. Why is it considered a menace to society?
Sound, please, for the judges. Just pause the timekeeper.
I am for the motion. Okay. Yeah, for the motion. Okay. So going back. Now, drugs is considered a menace to society. Why is it considered a menace? Mr. Speaker, drugs is directly correlated to the increase in the number of criminal cases, to an increase in the cases of violence. And it is a cancer to our society. So what then have we taken a step? One way is for our policymakers and for our lawmakers to make certain policies to combat against this disease. Mr. Speaker, here we reach a conundrum and we are at fence. On one side, we have people who are advocating for preventive measures, while on the other side, we have people advocating for more stringent policies. Now, Mr. Speaker, before I try to advocate for my side of the debate, I would like to highlight to you on some of the data that is presented to us by the Comprehensive National Survey on the extent and pattern of substance abuse that was published in 2022. According to this report, in India, there are 29 million users of marijuana. There are 18 million users of opioids and opioids derivatives, and there are around 12.5 million users of sedatives and other barbiturates. Now, Mr. Speaker, when I look at these numbers, these are quite alarming. And so when we talk about the policies, what have our government and the central government they have done a lot in this case. For example, we have the Nasha Mukt Abhiyan, which aims to get rid of this disease by our 100th year of independence, that is in 2047. And Mr. Speaker, we also have a central fund to combat drug abuse. And here, I would like to proudly say that even Meghalaya is one of the beneficiaries of this fund, as we are having about 700 beneficiaries in the past year alone. Now, Mr. Speaker, out of the most important policy of all that has been enacted by the government, as ma'am had said, the NDPS Act of 1985. Elaborating further, it means the Narcotic Drug and Psychotropic Substance Act, which was later amended in 1989, 2001, and most recently in 2014. The judiciary, also seeing the relevance of this act, has even set up NDPS courts to trial convicts that are convicted under this act. So why then, the question arises, that with so many policies, we are still seeing the increase in the number of drug abusers. We are still seeing an increase. For example, even in the year of 2020 alone, the number of convicts that were convicted under the NDPS Act were in excess of 60,000 compared to the previous year. Mr. Speaker, according to my understanding, there are two main reasons for this. One, the first reason is because all these policies, they do not treat drug abuse as a medical offense, and they treat it more as a criminal disease. So my conclusion is that we need to bring forth stringent policies to actively ensure that all the policies that were set up by our previous generations, that they be truly enforced. The only way forward for this is to enact stringent policies that could actively regulate all the policies that have already been there. So, Mr. Speaker, no matter which way the policymakers and lawmakers make, whether it be to the preventive side or whether it be to the more stringent side of things, but these policies will actively help in the reduction of drug abuse users, and it will be a win not only for society but for humanity as a whole. Thank you.
Okay. Coming to the second speaker, Debargna Sarkar, St. Anthony's College.
Good morning, respected speakers, sir, and all the esteemed members of the House present here today. I stand here in front of you arguing against the motion that policy should focus more on preventive and rehabilitative measures to combat drug use and illicit trafficking. Respected Speaker, sir, we stand at a very critical juncture today where we see that the global drug use problems have reached alarming levels. In our own home state, Meghalaya, we see that 7% of the population are involved in drug use. It is time that we shift our approach from that of a strictly stringent one to that of a more preventive and rehabilitative one. Firstly, let us acknowledge that the current stringent policies and measures have largely been ineffective to curb drug trade and drug abuse in the state and in India and across the globe. Even after the imposition of severe penalties that can go from 6 months in prison to 20 years in prison, we see that drug abuse still remains a pervasive problem in our society. We see that drug trade still flourishes in our societies across the globe. It is evident from this that only attacking or only focusing on the supply side of the issue is not enough. We need to have a multifaceted approach to combat drug use and drug trade. In our approaches, prevention should take a central stage. It is only through prevention that we can create a society where individuals don't find drug use alluring. It is only through investing in education and awareness campaigns that we can equip our youth to choose healthily, to choose to say no to drugs. And we have to particularly aim youths, children's, because they are the target groups. Rehabilitation, when I talk about rehabilitation provides a unique chance for individuals for personal growth, recovery, and rebuilding of lives. Anybody who has fallen into the cycle of addiction can only break through this cycle through rehabilitation and once again become members who contribute to society. Respected Speaker, sir, I would like to take the example of Portugal. In the year 2000s, Portugal had a very grave drug crisis, to the point where there were heroin deaths due to heroin addiction every single day. It was then that Portugal decided that they need to shift their policies from stringent ones to that of more preventive and rehabilitative one. The results of this transformation were astounding. We see that the death rates reduced by almost 80%. 80%. And we see that other drug-related death issues reduced significantly. We see from this example that rehabilitation and prevention did something that stringent policies could not do. That is, create a society where individuals felt safe to come forward and ask for help. Respected Speaker, sir, we see that there are many socio-economic factors that push individuals towards addiction. That is poverty, unemployment, and lack of opportunities. That is rampant throughout India. And these individuals who are already victims of social injustice become the target groups for drug peddlers. One such target group are street children. According to a report, 90% of the street children in Delhi are drug users. These are not criminals, they are victims of poverty, unemployment, homelessness. They are not criminals that we should put them in prison. They need rehabilitation, they need prevention, they need investment on them so that we can create a society where they feel safe, where they are nurtured, where they are given education, and hence dealing with the problem at the very root. Effective drug policies must strike a balance between law enforcement. Law enforcement should take place where any individual who is found in drug trafficking or large-scale production of drugs should be persecuted. But otherwise, the more focus should be on rehabilitation and prevention. The time has come, ladies and gentlemen, and respected Speaker, sir, that we should acknowledge the shortcomings of stringent policies. We have to acknowledge that we have to work towards, as a society, we have to work towards creating and providing chances for individuals so that they can come forward, get more opportunity, and help themselves, and we have to help them so that they can come up from this cycle of addiction, break it, and become good members of the society. Let us all join hands for a drug-free and brighter future. Thank you.
Coming to participant number 3, code number 10, Pamela Pengrop, Martin Luther Christian University.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pamela Pengrop from Martin Luther Christian University, and I am here against the motion with the directive that says policies should focus towards preventive measures and rehabilitative measures to combat drug abuse and illicit trafficking. So, from what I gather from the instructions that we've been given, is to denote that is to denote more individual responsibility and to work towards more and to work more towards the um, human education rather than government policies and laws that um, which is about sale and trafficking of drugs. Now, I feel there are already quite a few policies to combat drug abuse and illicit trafficking. My concern is more towards how, as a society, we can educate our youth to not take these harmful substances. The availability is not a question to be reasoned with, because um, if an individual has the ability to say no to drugs, they have a far better um, reason and far better solution to have lesser drug users. It is quite apparent that there are many factors towards taking of these harmful substances. Other than just the availability of it, there are many things as a society we've got to improve on, especially when it comes to the youth, to the experiences of the youth and the difficulty they face. Sometimes the mental health and trauma that they have to go through in trying to navigate life can be quite overwhelming to most. And they tend to turn towards abusive substances as a way to escape from their issues. Far too often, as a society, we tend to stigmatize people who use drugs and talk of them as antisocial elements, or people that are at the fringes of society, or simply dismiss them as of bad people. But often that is not the case. It is important that we as a society learn on how to deal with the reasons as to why people take these harmful substances. When we understand the reasons, then we will have a better way of understanding to combat these drug using users. Like I said, availability alone is not reason enough for to say that we have a problem with the drug abuse. The choice is still within the individual whether they choose to take it or not, or whether they choose to use this as a crutch for their vulnerabilities. We, policies rather, should focus a lot more towards preventive and rehabilitative measures, and to also make them understand from a young age and have awareness programs and really put an impact upon these minds that this is not the solution to whatever problems they face. The more preventive programs we have, when we can stop or make people aware of the harmful and destructive effects that these drugs can have, the more likely it is that they will be wiser than most to say no to drugs. So, stringent policies, yes, are important to stop the bringing in and illegal trafficking of drugs. But I feel it is even more important that we create a society that rejects these things, whether they are available or not. And in this way, I think that we have a far better and more permanent solution to combat drug abuse and illicit trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming to participant number 4, code 14, Penskam L. Maunai, Shirpi College.
Hello. Okay. Good morning, respected speaker, sir, judges, your chief guests, the audience member, and my fellow contestant. My name is Prince Kham Al Monai from Sharpi College, and I shall be speaking for the motion. India is the largest opiate market in terms of users, according to the World Drug Report of 2022. And by the report of 2020, around 0.7 ton of morphine was seized from India, which is the third largest in the world. And around 5.2 tons of opium was also seized from India, which is the fourth largest. And 3.8 tons of heroin was seized from India in 2020, which is the fifth largest anywhere in the world. One of the main reasons being India has been is geographically located and sandwiched between the Golden Croissant and the Golden Triangle, making it a hotspot for illicit trafficking and drug abuse. And our northeast state has become a corridor for the transportation of these drugs. For example, in Meghalaya, 7% of the entire Meghalaya population consume drugs in one way or another. So in light of such compelling facts, it is quite inevitable that each one of us, if not now, then maybe in the future, we will come in contact with someone who's been consumed by this drug. This drug, on very special thing about this drugs is that it does not discriminate, not like anything else. It doesn't care if you are young, old, rich or poor, it will consume you. It is all consuming and all destroying. These drugs consume our potential youth, talented youth. It consumes, churns it around and spit it out and spit our youth into a burden not only to their families but also to the society as a whole. I think our first instance, one of the reasons may be because they succumb to peer pressure. I think that is our first instance that we get to know about drugs from our peers. All age group have peers. When I was young, I had a peer. And what we used to do is we used to smoke the stem of the squash fruit. As they say it in English, with a cigarette in your hand, you feel like a man. So that, and then people later, they graduate. They start using alcohol, cigarettes, and then weed, which is also termed as the gateway drug. That is the first instances of the high. Later, because of some peer pressure, or maybe because of the lack of social instability, because of social stability in their homes, they start using drugs. But only 3 months, it doesn't care, the drugs doesn't care if you are intelligent or if you are illiterate. Just 3 months, it is over for you. And these drug peddlers and smugglers, they keep on smuggling because they keep on earning. Just recently, I heard the news that a smuggler was caught with around 2.5 crores worth of cash, along with 2 Mahindra Thars, 1 Zen, and 1 Maruti 800. So do you think in light of such temptation and such monetary gains, will these smugglers listen to any moral policing or awareness programs? I don't think so. I don't think nothing will change them. For example, you go to Cleo, the entire back alley is reserved for drug smuggling and drug consumption. And they do it with their head held high, not an ounce of fear is present in them. All this because a proper institution has not set in place, has not been set in place. I understand NDPS had been set in place, but the legislation and the interpretation of this law is far from effective. The disparity between the legislature and the interpretation has been far from effective. And such loopholes has been used by the smugglers again and again to get out. Most of the smugglers, in fact, don't even see the room of the courts. You tell me, Speaker, sir, isn't it a disparity? Isn't it a lack from the policy side that these smugglers, these peddlers are able to get bail? I'm not saying that these smugglers are inherently bad people or these abusers are inherently bad people. But if you have ever seen a drug addict, you would know that they will do anything to get what they want. They will steal, they will lie, they will even kill in a drop of a hat. So our future policy should be aimed to kill the root of the cause. Why should we wait for rehabilitation? Why should we wait for people to become addicts? Why not hit the iron when it's hot? So for this, I would like to conclude my statement. Kubishibu.
Thank you. Coming to the fifth participant, Shanbor Swear, Sharpi College.
Good morning, respected speaker, sir, our judges, chief guests, our audience members, and my fellow participants. My name is Shanbosware, and I'm from Shirpi College, and I will be speaking against the motion. I would like to start this by telling you a story about my friend. Let's call him James. He was a very bright student, very ambitious, and he had so much potential. His aim was to become a doctor. But then there was a tragic incident in his life. He lost someone close to him. And that because of the stress, he couldn't handle the stress, so he turned towards drugs as a coping mechanism. When I met him after a few months, he was in a horrible condition. He dropped out of school and even gave up his dream of becoming a doctor. Does this story sound familiar to you all? Is it not the story of most of our drug addicted youths or people that we meet in our society? Whenever we see a drug addict, we stereotype them as a bad person, an evil person, or even a criminal. But do we ask ourselves this question? Are they really a bad person, or are they just a victim? Is my friend James, is he a bad person? Is he a criminal, or is he just a victim? When I met him, I asked him, what has happened of you? You had so much potential. He said that he did not know that it will reach at this point. He said that he did not know where to go and who to ask for help. He said that he was too scared to ask for help. Why? Why was James too scared to ask for help? It is because of the system in our society, the system which criminalize the victims of drug abusers, that discriminate against them. I think my friend James he is not a criminal, but he is a victim of inadequate awareness about drug abuse, victim of lack of proper social support, victim of inadequate rehabilitation measures. When we look in Meghalaya, also in India, we see that we don't need more strict policies or laws to punish these victims of drug abuse. What we need is a stronger rehabilitation measures. We need a stronger purpose to help them, stronger support system to help them, proper awareness so that they'll get to know the consequence of drug abuse. Such awareness should also be included in a curriculum of our children, so that from a young age they will get to know about the downside of drug abuse, so that our society won't lose another potential and bright student or youth like James. When we look at the statistics of Singapore, a drug user is given up to 30 years of imprisonment for just a small amount of drugs. 30 years, isn't that a little too harsh? Also, when we look at in Meghalaya, there are over 2.5 lakhs drug users and only about 10 or more so rehabilitation centers. Are these numbers justifiable? Are these handful numbers of rehab centers enough to treat our drug addicted youths? I think not. Also, when we look at the drug traffickers, we see that most of them are being used as pawn by their higher ups or the kingpins. They are taken advantage of because they don't have proper education or awareness about the use of drugs or illicit trafficking. I don't think so we should give them harsh punishment, but what we should give them is proper guidance and counseling about the downside of using drugs and trafficking drugs. And in conclusion, I would like to say that our institutions, such as educational, government, religious, and even work hand in hand to go against and talk about the prevention of drug abuse and revamp the rehabilitation measures to stop the stigma of the drug abuse from our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming to contestant number 6, Baika Esther Nongspung, quote number 9. Martin Luther, Christian University.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here, to our respective chief guests, Mr. Rakam A. Sangma and Mrs. Santa Mary Shilla, and to our respective judges, and to everyone present here. My name is Baika Esther Nongspung, and I am from Martin Luther Christian University. Our debate theme is drug policies to combat the menace. And for those of us for the motion, is given the instruction that we should have stringent policies to combat drug abuse and illicit trafficking. I am standing here in favor of this. It is a truth known to everyone how bad drug abuse is. It destroys lives and homes, and it destroys a society as well. How are we supposed to combat these? Of course, that is a point of agreement that we can have. From my side, I believe that a lot more can be done in terms of having the most stringent policies to combat drug abuse and illicit trafficking. It is very disheartening to keep reading the newspaper about drug seizures from time to time. This process shows that there's a lot of drugs coming into our society, and that criminal elements are taking advantage of the vulnerability of our youth and making a hopeless amount of money by destroying the lives of people. If we do not have stringent policies to combat these, then this will continue. There is far too much leniency or even perhaps attention not being paid to these kinds of policies on drugs. Countries like Singapore have shown that it is possible to have a low drug rate when strict policies and punishments are severe. Although the punishments may be extreme, we can take this as an example to stop drug trafficking and to give severe punishments on these drug traffickers. It is very crucial that we should have it is very crucial that we should raise awareness about drug trafficking and drugs. In conclusion, I would like to say that drug abuse and illicit trafficking are some serious issues that we must address. We cannot issue this address through leniency or empathy. And while the road may be tough, we should be perseverant and content and work together as a team to stop the combating of illicit trafficking and drug abuse. Although as responsible citizens and lawmakers, we should come together and think out of the box of many approaches so that these effects will not last forever and that the effects of war against drugs will not be there anymore. I feel that now drug abuse is quite a large problem already, but it's still something we cannot control. We can still nip it in the bud, so to speak. We should contain this and control this before it becomes something that it's too large to control. And for this reason, I believe that we should have stringent policies to combat drug abuse and illicit trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you. Next participant, Kansai Maliam Umlong, Sinat College, quote number 3.
Good evening, everyone, or good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Speaker, sir, judges. My name is Kinsai Mlimlong, and I'm from Sinat College. And I stand here supporting the motion that policies should be made to combat drugs abuse, and policies should be made against illicit trafficking. First of all, let us understand, we have talked about drugs. Let us understand, what is the meaning of stringent policy? What is the meaning of drug abuse? Stringent policy, according to Oxford Dictionary, we can understand by stringent, it means strict, and policies meaning a discipline to follow, a strict discipline, strict action to follow. And then by drug, a drug is something which we need. Like one of the fellow contestants said, that we use a drug every day. He's correct. Yes, he's right, because we do use drugs. But then it differs. Drugs differs. There are drugs which we use for beneficial purposes, and also there are drugs which we use for unbeneficial purposes. For example, like a layman, I could say that to get high or enjoy myself. A drug is important for us, but the over-exploitation of drug, the misuse of drug, that becomes abusive. We must understand that that becomes abusive. Now, when it comes to policies, Mr. Speaker, sir, yes, since 1985, there has been a drug policy in India. Yes, this NDPS Act, 1985, there is a drug policy. But let us not focus only on drug here. This drug policy, let's not only focus here, because according to this act, if you have this much drug, you're going to jail. If you have this much drug, you're going to jail. If you buy drugs, you're going to jail. If you consume drugs, you're going to jail anyways. But then, let us focus on policies on migration of drugs. Because like one of my fellow contestants, he said that there is a golden triangle. And this golden triangle, so as to speak, it stretches from Myanmar to Laos, to the country Laos, and the Philippines. And it is well known for its drugs. And this is the oldest route for drugs to reach Europe and North America. Now, Myanmar, we are near Myanmar. The states, our neighboring states like Mizoram, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, these have suffered a lot from drugs. I stand firmly against this. And yes, we must be aggressive when it comes to drugs. Personally, I see here a man in uniform. I thank you, sir. I've seen from the past 7 days, just yesterday, I saw a news that most of people, how do drugs, a question must be asked, right? A question must be asked, how do drugs come here? How do they reach Meghalaya? How do they reach Shillong? Right? If no one's there, Mr. Speaker, if no one is there to come and like transport the drug, then how can people get drugs, right? Then we can see, just by 3 days ago, we can see from the news that these drug peddlers were being arrested, and then these drug peddlers were not Meghalians. These were Manipuris and Nagaland. He's a Naga and a Manipuri. We can understand the drugs are coming from outside. We can understand that drugs are coming from outside. Then we must also understand, yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, like I've just addressed, that there is an act. We must also address that there must be policies to look upon migration, sir. There must be policies to look upon migration. Our BSF force must be strengthened. Our BSF force, this is not just a state issue. No, it's not just a state issue. It is a national issue. And I really appreciate our Chief Minister. He said that we want to see Meghalaya as a free drug state. This is what I like, and I stand firm against this. And yes, I personally, I would really love, and I would voluntarily like to help or support a drug user, because we should not blame them. Yes, they are victims. Like all of my fellow contestants here, they've said that they are victims. Yes, they are victims. And we can understand that. So, sir, yes, I'm ready to support the women's wing of the NPP. If you are against, I will surely support you. And also to all the families who are against drugs. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming to the next speaker, Manuel Ringhang, Synod College.
Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker, fellow debaters, and everyone present here. My name is Manuel Hashem Renghang, a BCA student representing Synod College, and I'm hereby standing against the motion. The topic of today's discussion, drug policies to combat the menace of drug abuse and illicit trafficking. I had to make sure I am in the right event there, as you can see. I'm standing here against the motion, and I firmly believe that policies should focus towards preventive and rehabilitative measures to combat drugs abuse and illicit trafficking. Respected Speaker, I would like to begin first by defining drugs. Drugs are substances which has a psychological effect when ingested or otherwise introduced in the body. And the excessive consumption of these drugs illegally is drug abuse. And anyone who traffics in something such as drugs is in the act of drug trafficking. And that is why we have a drug policy, a policy regarding the control and the regulation of these psychoactive substances, especially those which are addictive and cause mental and physical dependence. Respected Speaker, sir, if someone under influence of drug represents a threat and a danger to the society, then I do believe that those menaces are worth combating against. Respected Speaker, it is true that we do have a national policy to combat drugs abuse, the NDPF Act of 1985. But the problem with this act is that the conditions under this act are very harsh and are similar to the provision of the Terrorist and Disruptive Activities Act 1987 and the Prevention for Terrorism Act 2002, which results in long periods of imprisonment. Respected Speaker, the primary flaw of our current policy is the heavy emphasis on punishment and criminalization. That is why we favor a harm reduction approach, which aims to minimize the consequences associated with drug use by focusing on education, prevention, and treatment to better reduce drug-related problems. Respected Speaker, drug menace requires a comprehensive and educational framework that goes beyond mere warnings and scare tactics. It is important that we equip individuals with accurate information about the risks and consequences of drug use. For example, schools can play a major role in prevention, as teachers are often the first to detect the early warnings of possible drug problems through poor school attendance, declining academic performance. Local communities can implement after-school programs. We can have formal mentoring programs. Building family bonds is also one of many strategies here, because research shows that the more adults, parents, and teachers talk to children about the dangers and consequences of drug use, the less likely it is that their children will experiment with them. Respected Speaker, it is important to understand that people turn to drugs as a means of escape or due to underlying psychological and social and economic factors. So instead of incarcerating drugs user, it is important that we focus on providing treatment and rehabilitation programs. Mr. Speaker, all of what I have stated are strategies viewed from a humanitarian perspective instead of strict policies with strict rules to get quicker results. Because no matter how strict the rules are, if they lack moral and empathy, they will always be bent, and yes, occasionally broken. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming to the next speaker, code number 11, Nikita Kumari, St. Mary's College.
Put it out before it puts you out. Respected chairperson, a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I stand here today to express my views for the motion that is stringent policies should be taken to combat drug abuse and illicit trafficking. Since we are talking about drug abuse, it is important to understand whether drug abuse is a social problem, psychological problem, or a behavioral problem, or a combination of all these factors. In medical colleges, one often finds that students go out of their home and stay alone. Coupled with this is the fact that they really study hard in order to cope up with all kinds of stress around them. Almost as a consequence, they end up using drugs to elevate their stress levels. Drug is not only a social and order problem, but drug is not only a law and order problem, but it is a social problem as well. The cause happens to be the drug cartels and crime syndicates. Also, the ISI is a large supplier of drug. So it is a large ISI is the large agent of drug suppliers. One has heard instances of Maggi noodles, pan masala, and gutka being laced with drugs and opiates. Yes, there has also been incidents of rave parties in Gurgaon, Noida, etc. These rave parties are largely drug parties. And yes, the police seems to be turning a blind eye for obvious commercial reasons. Largely nefarious activities takes place during these rave parties. Respected speakers, it is important to know that legally available drugs are also a huge problem. Nobody has talked about legally available drugs like cigarettes, Kamla Pasan, Pan Vihasan, etc. I've seen a 6-year-old neighbor. I saw her taking a cigarette, like cigarette, and then this pan masala and all. I don't know what kind of stuffs. So I was quite shocked. Tackling the drug menace is a hugely complex issue. As far as quitting drug is concerned, what we need to understand is that it is a voluntary process. As one ma'am has addressed that, it is not only the role of police and government. Yes, the role of government comes at a later stage. As one of my worthy opponent has said, that more focus should be given on rehabilitation. The availability of rehabilitation across the country has been a big issue. In rehabilitation, the addicts are not given the kind of therapy that they need nowadays. Yes, they are given, but not at that kind of therapy that they need. Also, many of them has talked about that messages should be reached to the addiction, like awareness should be given. But what awareness? I've only heard one awareness, and that real message given to the addiction is that it is well within their powers to quit addiction. Having said that, important question arises: how does one quit addiction? Yes. How does one quit addiction? Only spreading messages will not help the addiction. Definitely it will not help. So as a way forward, the following steps should be taken. Number one, education counseling. This would include the non-shaming of people suffering from addicts. In our society, people have a tendency to shame people who are addicted to drugs. Furthermore, the NDPS Act has a very strict provisions. This includes confiscation of property. Not only that, it has strict punishment for cases where the accused is a repeat offender. Next is the ISI agent. Nobody has talked about ISI agent, and it plays a huge role in supplying drugs in our country. This needs to be stopped urgently. There should also be a fast-track courts in all the cities of India, which can result in timely conviction. Furthermore, those policemen and officials from narcotic departments who seem to be complicit or incompetent should also be dealt with. Respected speaker, sir, as sir has also said, 13-year-old boy suffering from drugs and all. Everybody has talked about like messages should be gone, awareness should be given, preventive measures should be taken. My humble request goes to everyone here. The curriculum that is being taught to the students at school must include heavy components on drug addiction and de-addiction, and the fact that it is not a problem, but something, a lifelong process. The students at impressionable age need to know what drug addiction is. If this should be included in the curriculum, it will be a great contribution. And I think it should be included in the curriculum. So as ma'am said, say no to drugs. I also say no to drugs. say yes to narcotics. Thank you. With this, I risk my debate here.
Thank you. Coming to the next participant, code number 13, Admita Bhattacharjee, St. Mary's College.
Abuse, pretentiousness, a facade. Today, I would like to stand before you speaking against the motion, exposing the hypocrisy and the facade surrounding a discussion in combating drug abuse. It is as if we're playing a game of pretend, talking about strict policies and penalties, while a savior there is safeguarding the very traffickers we claim to target under the Narcotics, Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act, 1985. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I would like to extend my warm regards to the speaker. And with due respect to the speaker, I shall dive deep into the murky world of drug abuse. A lover is lost, and they succumb their pain to numbness and drugs. Parental pressurization, and the student's only way to stress relief is drugs. Lack of education and educational scopes. There they are, trafficking drugs. Loneliness and too much money. That is when they end up abusing their bodies with different kind of substances. Quite the recipe for a disaster, wouldn't you say? Our education system has a major fall through in prioritizing things occasionally. Educated to highly educated people today owe their solutions to problems via drugs and not therapy or counseling. Today, standing here as a college student, I have never had anybody coming up to me addressing the problem of drugs and its impact on people until today. That too because it is an event of Drug Abuse Day. Well, for that, I have a few suggestions for which involves implementing comprehensive drug education programs in educational institutions in all classes, raising awareness and launching public programs. We need to spread a message that drug trafficking should be strictly prohibited and should face strict consequences. With that, I would like to lay my emphasis to a few questions brimming in my mind. Why do we have a drug raid in and around the Nongpo areas only when drug abuse day is around the corner? How is it that they are able to migrate the drugs from one border to another without being noticed? Do the illicit traffickers have a guardian angel safeguarding them from the wrath of Article 22 NDPS 1985? Let us also talk about the confiscated drugs. What becomes of them? Are they locked away forever? Or do they magically reappear into the black market again? With such burning questions, I believe stringent policies alone are not enough. While I believe strong enforcements are crucial, of course, but as Dr. Jasmine had said, punitive measures can stigmatize victims of drug abuse, turning addiction into a criminal offense and deterring people from seeking help due to the fear of legal consequences can have more social and health issues. We need to have a holistic approach. DREAM, Drug Reduction, Elimination and Action Mission, is a noble mission which has been taken up by the government of Meghalaya. Sadly, we still have travelers flocking to Meghalaya in search of good stuff because that is what Meghalaya looks apparently famous for. Let us also focus on staggering numbers that have been raised. Maharashtra reporting 4,714 NDPS, ranking 5th, followed by UP, Tamil Nadu, Punjab leading the pack. With such alarming numbers rising, I believe we need to have strong education, awareness, public campaigns, accessible treatment options that need to be strictly prioritized. We need to tighten drug control measures, and AI being the leading stuff these days, intelligence to dismantle traffic networks should need a more priority. Affordable rehabilitation programs prioritizing mental health and peer support while nurturing the skill development also makes sense. Well, as we know, stringent policies to combat drug abuse would only make sense if the seized drugs aren't recirculated into the black market, benefiting those who gain from the crisis. Likewise, we have noticed in Bollywood movies like Urta Punjab, where they have shed pathetic light on the drug industries, whereas movies like Kamine Dam Marudam glorify drug abuse, letting people know, the youngsters know, that the only solution to their problems is by injecting themselves with LSD. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming to the next participant, Nilaruna Roy, Women's College.
Good afternoon to all. I will be speaking against the motion on the topic. So in a recent development, the government of Meghalaya decided to involve the community through the Dorbar Shnong and Dorbar Dongs so that they will carry out patrolling in their respective areas to prevent people from substance abuse. This will go a long way to help combat substance abuse. Before I jump into the nitty-gritties of how we can help, I'd like to address Dr. Jasmine and put up this idea about parental psychology. I believe that this could be groundbreaking to sort of help new parents and people who have been parents for a while, we all have issues, right, ma'am? Sometimes, unwillingly, parents, they project those issues onto their children. Children don't know where to go, so they fall into wrong company. So I think that is just a little thing. So India falls between the Golden Triangle and the Golden Crescent, as somebody from the, yes, somebody has already said. Falling in such a crucial and difficult topography leads India to become a corridor for this drug transmission from one place to another. But this recent interception of these contrabands have obviously reduced the supply that is around the economy for a while. So this will increase the crime rates, but it will also prevent from new victims falling into drug abuse. So why drugs? Why does the circumstance around an individual reach such an extent that they turn to drugs and alcohol as an escape? Is our reality so despondent that we need such harmful substances as an escape? This all boils down to mental health as well. Mental health does not just come through when we're talking about depression and anxiety. It is also prevalent regarding inability to accept rejection, the lack of resistance and determination, physical, mental, emotional abuse, and much more. So when we see somebody who is evidently abusing drugs, do we not shun them and their family? We are also part of the problem, unfortunately. Deep within us, we have this criminalization of people who fall into such substances. I believe that we all are aware of what drugs does to our bodies, but still we turn to them. Why? Why? Because the upcoming generation has lost hope. As despondent as it sounds, it is true. Ultimately, we just want an escape. Nothing matters. Every college, whatever activities that we come up with, college level, the participation rates are declining. Teachers are trying their best to encourage us, come through, let's go, let's do this. But we're like, why? Why do we go when we can just sit home and watch some series? And series what? Promoting drug use and alcoholism. What have our moral values stood at? Come through now.
1 minute.
The government has much it can do here. We have to encourage expressionism over excellence. Expressionism is escape. Not everyone has a career in academia. They may be singers, dancers, athletes, the list goes on. A massive shift in perspective is necessary. As long as we still hold on to the norms of criminalizing drug use, we cannot really progress as a society, I believe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Coming to the last speaker for this first round, code number 12, Lamboy Meng Kipgen, Women's College.
Good afternoon, dear Speaker, sir, and ladies and gentlemen present here. I will be speaking for the motion today. Dear Speaker, sir, today we mark the 36th year of observing the International Drug Day. And it is interesting to note that drugs cases and drug crimes still remain as catastrophic as ever. I would like to attribute this cause to the inefficient and effective drug laws in curbing drug crimes. In this regard, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to draw your attention towards the relations a drug has with some of the most heinous and gruesome crimes in the world. We must have heard of the Mexican drug cartels and their relations with some of the most brutal crimes in the world. And also the Colombian war on drugs, where the Medellin and Cali drug cartels have been causing violence in the neighborhood and disrupting peace. And we cannot deny the involvement and association of drugs in some of the most heinous crimes relating to destruction of property, destruction of life, and violation of human rights. Therefore, a most befitting counter against such high-level destructive elements of humans is nothing but stringent policies. But when we talk about stringent policies, we are automatically made to think about the Philippines' war on drugs, the imprisonment, or the harsh drug laws and policies against the victims. But ladies and gentlemen, bringing back what I said earlier about the inefficient and ineffective drug laws, I would like you all to reconsider how our drug laws functions. Drug laws always precedes drug crimes and cases. Why? Why can't we just nip the bud before it sprouts? Why wait for there to be demand or supply for our drug laws to be operational? Therefore, I urge the policymakers to focus more on the supply of drugs, to bring upon stringent policies to curb the supplies, so that the eradication of drugs could altogether be achieved. While I empathize with the victims of drug abusers, and while I regarded them as rather victims rather than criminals, I would love to encourage all of us to focus more on the curbing of the supply side of these drug cases. With this, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you. With the conclusion of the first round, I would like to thank all the participants once again who have given their important subjects, important where all the audience, maybe, they have learned a lot regarding this important subject, which is a burning issue in the society today. Waiting for the judges to tabulate the scores. There's going to be the second round, which is the rebuttal round, where 7 participants will qualify for this round. So I hope the audience had a good time. And I thank once again the National People's Party Women's Wing, East Castles District, Dr. Jasmine and her team for hosting such an important program, which will not only be beneficial for the people in this hall out here, but which will benefit the state, the society as a whole. So, Andreas, kindly.
So as the rules of this particular debate competition goes, the judges are submitting the marks. The 7 top speakers will get a chance to speak again. Okay, so be mentally prepared for that. But yes, I do have to also say, from my point of view, some of the students who came here today came very well prepared. I have been very, very inspired by some of the talks that they have given. They have been on point with their knowledge on the subject matter. They have been very sensitive. Yes, please, a round of applause, please. It's very encouraging to see that our students know what is happening in our society and are aware of it and are concerned. These are some of the points that I jotted down while the marks are being tallied. The first thing one of the contestants said was, drugs do not discriminate rich or poor. Very, very true. Very, very true. Let me give you an example. I was a student of St. Edmund's School. I passed out in the year 1996. And I have friends from my batch who are still addicts today. They're still addicts today and they're still fighting addiction today. I have lost a few friends from my batch. And now people sometimes misconceptualize this concept that addiction is only meant for the poor, meant for the ones who are jobless, that it affects only the BPL families. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. This happened in St. Edmund's School in 1996. So we need to sweep the garbage out of the carpet because we've been doing that for too long. We've been avoiding this talk. We've been avoiding these facts and figures for too long. It is time to sweep the garbage out. And when it comes to shaming, somebody else spoke about shaming, stigma, discrimination, criminalization. These are the things, the points that addicts are being pressured by. I'll give you an example. Let's say we pull out a boy who's an addict and we all start shaming him right here, right now. What do you think will happen to him? The immediate response will be he will run back to his safe group. And his safe group are a bunch of friends who are all addicts. So they keep going deeper and deeper into addiction. So the problem here is not by shaming somebody. sure Bali is a spot, is a hotspot for tourists. But the moment we got there, we knew there was this vibe that it is an anti-drug state. If you are caught with a certain amount of contraband on you, you will be sent to jail abroad. And in fact, there's the series on Netflix, I think if the kids will follow, the students will follow, it's called Banned Abroad, right? Where, you get arrested in a different country and then your entire life is wasted there because of addiction. So my thought on this is that if there are countries who have tried this method of having very stringent policies and rules, has it been effective? If so, we want to know how they did it. So this kind of information sharing is very, very crucial. Of course, another very, very important point, I don't remember which contestant said it, but very, very crucial. Schools and communities can identify addiction at the nascent stage. Very true. Teachers, mothers are the first one to understand, to see, or to recognize a problem in the child. So this is something very, very important. That's why I'm so proud that the women's wing of the NPP has brought this up, and we've decided to do this program today. And this is not going to end here. As per our talks with Dr. Jasmine, we will carry this forward. Yes, we will. This is not just about elections. This is not just about before elections. NPP is doing this. We have been doing this before the elections. We will do this after the elections. We have a very strong youth body. We have a very strong women's body now. We will carry this further. But this is the message I sent to all the participants of all the colleges. I'll tell you our problem. Now you have to understand our bit. We started this program a year ago, where we shot out letters to almost about 25 educational institutions in the state, in Shillong. The program is simple. Give us 1 hour of your time from your curriculum, of your entire year's curriculum. Give us just 1 hour where we will come and we will give you an awareness program on drug addiction. Out of the 50 institutions, almost 40 of them rejected our offer. They're very sad. I'm looking forward to come and visit all your colleges with the campaigns that we have. I'm very proud to say, being part of the youth wing of NPYF, we have started this last year and we have addressed so many schools, but we were rejected at most schools. And the schools that accepted us were the little schools that were in the district, that were in the corners. That doesn't mean that they're the ones only suffering from addiction. St. Anthony's, St. Edmunds, St. Mary's, these are the kind of schools and the educational institutions which people look up to, but they are not immune to addiction. I'm sure most of you guys have friends or know friends from your batch who are addicts or getting into addiction. Right? So that's one very, very important rule, very, very important factor. So we are trying, yes, like one contestant said, we are talking about addiction only today because it's the day that we are recognizing it. No, dear, we have tried. Now we need from your end to send this message back to your colleges that yes, there are programs, our colleges and our schools need to accept these programs. Somebody also did say we should have this as part of a curriculum. Yes, very true. If we can have it in a curriculum of a school, see in class 6, class 7, class 8, because that is when these kids get, they get exposed to addiction. There is a school in Jabalpur. I'll tell you this. There's a school in Jabalpur, and this happened about a month ago. My brother's children, my niece and nephew studies there. He was going to pick the children out, pick them up from school. So there was a little shop outside the school and he stood there and they're selling juice. So there was this one brand of particular juice, which was from Bangladesh. Okay, and so he and another friend, they had a whole bottle of it. And within 10 minutes, they were dizzy, the both of these men. And they were adult men. Both of them went dizzy. Either the product was expired or either the product was laced. Our children now are exposed to these kind of tactics by peddlers. Our foods, our sweets, the hawkers around will lace them with substances. And that's how you get addicted even without knowing. So this is also another hidden factor that needs to be explored. And I'm very sure the police know about this. We know. And we're tackling it in our own way. I'll give you another example of addiction.
But Andreas, I think...
we're good to go?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
we have the marks. We'll announce the marks. Okay. we have not named the participants who have gotten through, but these are the 7 participants according to your code numbers who will be going through to the rebuttal round. Participant with code number 8. Sit, please. Participant with code number 14. Yes, please. Participant with code number 3. Participant with code number 11. Participant with code number 1. Participant with code number 6. And the final participant to get through, participant with code 13. We request the other participants to please take your seats behind, the ones who have not been named. Okay, I hand over again the proceedings to Sir Bajok.
Thank you. Thank you, Andreas. Coming to the second round, the rebuttal round, I hope all the participants are aware of the rules where you will be allowed to speak for 2 minutes plus 1 minute. And any participant who want to rebut, he can rebut, which 30 seconds will be allotted to the particular participant. So without wasting time, we shall start this rebuttal round. Okay. Yes, you can interrupt. Okay. Anybody not clear, you can clarify before we start the round. I think we're good to go. Andreas, I'll need one friend out here to help with the mic in case someone want to interject, because
Yes, sir. If there is an interjection, will the time be paused for the speaker?
Yes. Timekeeper, kindly take note. Yes. Okay, I'll read the rules again. At the rebuttal round, each participant will get 2 + 1 minutes. The final bell rings at the second minute. Any participant exceeding more than 30 seconds of the allotted time will get 1 point deducted from their score. Thank you. Okay, we are good to go. Okay. Coming to the rebuttal round, we will start with participant with the code number 8.
Good evening once again, everyone present out here. So in continuing with my earlier speech, we have seen that there are laws that have been enacted. And of course, we have heard from the opposition side, they are giving a lot of these preventive measures and a lot of rehabilitation measures, seemingly. But there's a common saying that goes, if you have a weed, or pun intended, if we have a weed, what do you do to pull it out of the garden? You pull it from the roots. Hence, we should attack the root, the source of the problem. And in the case of drug abuse, the source of the problem, what is it? You may ask. It is the manufacturing and the illicit trafficking of drugs. Of course, we already have provisions. We already have policies that are related to that. We already have certain types of punishment. And it rather amuses me, the fact that the opposition seems to not understand the difference between stringent and harsh policies. We are here advocating for stringent policies, not any more harsh policies. Under the NDPS, we already have a provision for the death penalty. I don't think there's anything more harsh than the death penalty. But thankfully, there have never been a convicted case that is included in the death penalty. So all we are advocating for is that we need policies that actively checks on the illicit trafficking, that actively promotes, that are more stringent on the rules that have already been given. Because we already have a lot of policies that are dealing with drugs. And to note, the opposition has given a lot of ideas based on preventive measures and rehab measures. But the one thing that, and we've also heard case studies of successful stories in other countries, but will that actually translate to India? Will that actually translate to our state when we are facing a lot of complications, cases which are more complex rather than their state?
Yeah, one second. Participant number 13 wants to interject.
Yes.
Kong, kindly pause.
So you're saying that we need strict policies, not harsh policies any longer,
Yes, correct.
right?
Correct.
So when harsh policies could make no difference, what do you think strict policies would make?
See, basically, if you're trying to advocate for preventive and rehabilitation policies, the same question can be asked. If you are giving those policies, but if you do not have a strict agency to actually check up on those, to actively enforce those laws, then we can reach nowhere else. We have been seeing all of these years, right from 1985. Actually, there have been laws since 1940 to curb with the drugs. But why is it ineffective? Because it is not stringent enough in the enforcement of those laws. That is why we are seeing cases rising. That is why we are seeing a lot of convicted cases rising. Because even if you try to implement preventive and rehabilitation measures, sad to say is they would not be successful if we do not give stringent policies that actively takes into account all preventive, all harsh policies. We need to be strict with them.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Coming to the next participant, participant number 1.
Respected Speaker, sir, today we heard the Treasury bench talking about Singapore and saying that while implementing strict policies, we can take the example of Singapore. I'm here to argue that we cannot take the example of Singapore because Singapore is a very small country in comparison to India. No, and even the social inequalities are way lesser in Singapore than we see that in India. In India, the social demographic is very different. As sir said, we have so many people using drugs, and the demographic that we see poor people using drugs, we see rich people using drugs, we see everybody using drugs. I mean, not everybody, I mean every people from every community using drugs. So it's not a problem of one community or two communities, it is a problem of addiction that we have to fight. Therefore, I would like to take the example of Norway. In Norway, they use prevention and rehabilitation, and they could reduce the drug use by 45%. That is an alarming rate, 45%. What they did was they took a council, the CPT, and anybody who would be caught with drugs, small amount of drugs, would be taken to CPT, and the CPT would analyze them. Analyze what the individual is, what's the background of the individual is, what is his history, and according to that, give them punishments or give them counseling. That helped them a lot. We can use that in India because of the demographic of the India, I mean. If somebody who is richer is caught in drug use, he's already rich, he's already well-to-do, he can give fines, which can be used to fight drug use and which can be put into the system again. If somebody is poor, like suppose a street children is caught with drugs, then we need to give them separate rehabilitation. We need to take a separate route with them. We cannot say you have to go to jail. We have to put them in rehabilitation, give them education, vocational training, so that they can contribute more. If somebody from the middle class is found with drug abuse and if he cannot control his drug usage, we can put them in rehabilitation center where he's not allowed to go out, so that we can deal with his problem separately. So every single individual needs singular care. Therefore, I strongly vouch that rehabilitation, and especially rehabilitation where every single individual is taken as an individual and not put into this one umbrella, that everybody is a drug user, is a criminal. They are not. We see in India, 70% of the individuals who do drugs are employed. They have a family. They are not criminals, or they are not somebody as we see evil-minded. They're good people who have jobs, who have employment. They need different kind of care. The street children need different kind of care. Every single person need different kinds of care. And that is why I vouch that rehabilitation is very important. Rehabilitation for every individual singularly is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming to the next participant, quote number 14.
Drug promises you heaven, but takes you to hell. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Prince Kam, and I shall be speaking for the motion. Firstly, I would like to advocate against the very topic of the opposition. I feel that rehabilitation is not as effective in the long run as we used to think. According to the National Institute of Drug Abuse, USA, it was found out that an addict, there's a 40 to 60% chance that an addict will relapse back to his previous behavior, because addiction, more than a psychological or a mental disorder, is a behavioral disorder. It is effective till the treatment is there. And once the treatment is not there anymore, people, they relapse back to their previous disorder.
Okay, participant number 1 wants to interject. Can you?
You took the example of United States of America, but how do you account for the fact that United States of America has the highest amount of peoples in prison today? And that's the reason why they are trying to take a different initiative. They have seen that prisoning for so many years have overcrowded the prisons and led to lots of cases where the drug inside the jail increases. So how do you account for that, if you're taking the example of United States of America?
First of all, I think India, the special thing about India is we are trying to learn. We are not yet to the stage where we have enough research done by the institute to know about the extent of the drug problem. So we should learn from India. A National Institute of Drug Abuse has done extensive study which proves that relapse rate is very high in drug addicted individual. And regarding your answer, I was not able to understand the relation between the...
You said that you took the example of United States of America. So if we are taking an example of a country, then we have to see what is the success rate of that country. And in the United States of America, we see that there is a 46% increase in drug cases.
That is what I'm saying. Rehabilitation is not effective in the long run. That is why they are ending up in prison. Even though they are economically forward and getting the chance to get the best infrastructure, the best treatment, but yet over a period of time, they end up back to their previous behavior. I hope that I answer your question. And that is the very reason, I think, sorry to be not, if I'm not sensitive enough, but John and Jack also, as Sir has stated, that after 10 years, they relapse back to their previous behavior, to their addictive behavior. And this a message for us to learn the effectiveness of rehabilitation. If there was a stricter policy, what if there was no drugs? Wouldn't John and Jack would be here today with us attending this seminar? Why don't we create a world for our children where there's free of drugs, so that no other John or Jack or James fell into the trap of victims? And addressing to my fellow contestant who said that victims, let me tell you, how can someone be a victim if they are acting on their own free will? Then what is a thief? Isn't he acting just to make ends meet? Isn't he a victim of lack of social stability in his home? Isn't he a victim of lack of awareness? Who will draw the line about what is right and what is wrong? And regarding to show people through seminars and all, I want to tell you guys something. Cigarette packets, it is written very bluntly, smoking is injurious to health and causes cancer. And the picture of cancer is also displayed there in a very bold format. But are people reducing their rate of smoking cigarettes? I don't think so. So what do you think? Do you think any awareness, creating awareness is an effective method? And
time's up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Coming to the next participant, quote number 6.
Respected Speaker, while my opponents has made some compelling arguments to implement stringent drug policies to act as a deterrent and send a strong message against drug use, which may have short-term gains, but it still fails to address the core issue of addiction. It fails to reduce drug demand. Respected Speaker, sir, stringent drugs policies instead led to overburden of prisons, creation of black markets, increased violence, and divert resources away from prevention and treatment efforts. Respected Speaker, embracing a harm reduction strategies, investing in education and prevention, providing treatment and rehabilitation options have more comprehensive and effective approach towards combating drugs abuse and illicit trafficking. Respected Speaker, I believe that there is two principles of well-being. First, every person is a human being, and if I as a human being can know what it's like to feel cold, to feel hungry, to be lonely, and so does everyone else. But this is not to say that no one is to be punished. Second, every person has the capacity to change. No one is permanently lost, permanently irredeemable. Acceptance, rehabilitation, and re-entry into society is only possible if we recognize our flaws in our system and we accept that we have the capacity to change as well as others do. Mr. Speaker, sir, we can...
One second.
Yes, sir.
Participant number 8 wants to interject.
You have talked about preventive and rehabilitation policies and measures a lot, but are there any economical implications that we have to reduce? Because it has been seen throughout that if we introduce new programs, new policies, that there will have to be an economical backing. So what are your views on that? But instead, if we introduce stringent policies, we need not look to build more rehab centers. So what's your views on that? Like the economical implications of building more, of driving more awareness, more rehabilitation centers?
My opponent have a very good question. Unfortunately, I don't have an argument for that, and I shouldn't have said that out loud. I think. Okay, where was I? Oh, I remember.
One more minute. One more minute.
Okay, sir. Okay, then we should work towards a society that not only reduces drug-related crime, but also considers the well-being of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe that it is our responsibility to prioritize the well-being of our citizens and to work towards a safer and a drug-free future. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming to the next participant, code number 3.
Once again, good afternoon, Speaker sir. So we can understand that by this topic, we can understand there it has its pros and cons. But here I stand forth to strongly support that we should have stringent policy. As one of my opponent, he said that those drug peddlers will never change. They will never change. But I'm sorry, they can change if our education system change. Right from the grassroots, right from his class 1, class 2, class 3, maybe a teacher, a second mom at school. If she teaches him that this is the right way, then surely he will follow that, because a young child is like a hot iron. Okay, next, let's understand this point. A youth is like a curious youth is like a baby. We'll consider him as a baby. When you put out a candy in front of a baby, he will do this. Give it, please give it. He wants it. So, but then, if we implement stringent policies that drugs won't even reach our state, our youth won't even know what is drugs. Even though through movies, yes, there are through movies, I blame the movie, I blame Hollywood. It's your fault. But then still, at least please, have some respect for youth. We must...
Okay, participant number 13 wants to respond.
Okay, sure.
A youth, a baby. Can my father not get into drugs at this age? That's the question.
Okay.
You're focusing on youth, the babies. What about my father if he wants to do drugs today? How do I stop him?
I'm answering your question. I'm saying that a youth, your father must be taught from youth, from a baby. If he wants to do drugs, if your father wants to do drugs, then he must be taught from young age, right? Like sir said, he said a 13-year-old, this is serious. Now I'm being serious. Yes, it's funny, but this is serious. A 13-year-old knows drugs. I want that my state to be safe. I want my state to be safe that even when a baby sees a white substance, either the youth will say it's salt or baby powder. That's it. Not drugs. I stand firm against this. I rest my case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, coming to the next participant, quote number 11.
Once again, a very good afternoon to everyone. I just want to highlight on a few points after realizing every opponent has said. Since migration of drugs is a big issue, there should be a strict checking around the border areas. Checking of rave parties and strict enforcement in clubs to not allow drugs should be there. Every class and education institution should have a drug educational program to create awareness from the roots level. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, coming to the last participant, quote number 13.
Drug abuse is no longer an individual issue, neither a humanitarian issue, and I'll tell you why. While the government focuses on implementing new policies, we must truly question if it is really enough. We have countless number of traffickers roaming around the country, wearing their peddlers and manipulating vulnerable individuals for their own gain. Well, a few days back, there was a video that was viral on social media. It was a video based in Kedarnath, where a horse was made to smoke ganja to be able to carry more customers for a longer time. If this is the level of stooping, where horses and other animals are not safe, where do we humans go? And it is our time to realize how important educating people is and spreading awareness is. Now, a friend here has talked about rehabilitation, and in my previous speech, I have mentioned about affordable rehabilitations because it is not possible for everybody. Sir here has said, neither a poor nor a rich goes into drugs. It is a human that goes into drugs. And with that, it can be anybody. So affordable rehabilitation. Yeah, sure.
But number 8 wants to interject.
Sure.
So you talked about the importance of prevention and rehabilitation. What we see is, according to an Indian report that was recently published, only about 25% of Indians are actively seeking treatment. And you also criticize on formation of new policies. Then what then of the old policies? What do we do with the old policies? And under the old policies...
I think one question, otherwise you won't be able to digest it.
Yeah.
Yeah, your first
With
question.
due respect, I never criticized. In my previous speech, I have strictly mentioned that strict enforcements are crucial, but not enough. So the word here is enough. And I've also mentioned that they are crucial. So I hope so you get a basic idea of it. And yeah, So
Yeah, yeah.
according to me,
He has his second question.
yes.
Yeah.
Of course, the government and policymakers have made it an initiative to bring about more preventive and rehabilitation measures. But we still see that according to a UN report, only in about 1 out of 7 individuals actually get access to treatment, even though in first world countries where there are significant amount of rehabilitation and prevention centers. Now, why is that the case?
I'd like you to forget about the country and talk about Meghalaya. Dream Reduction, Elimination and Action Mission is a mission taken up by the government of Meghalaya. It is strict. It is strict. It is a strict policy, which is as per him very effective. But we still have travelers, right, coming to Meghalaya for the good stuff.
One more minute.
Yeah, so I'd like to suggest a regular checking in schools and colleges and implementation of drug abuse education programs, which is currently as negligible as sex education in India. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We come to the conclusion of the rebuttal round, which is also the final round. So while we wait for the judges to tabulate the final results, I feel that as a speaker also personally, I want to share something which before I joined my political life, I am an entrepreneur where I give jobs to so many youths, and currently also I'm still giving them jobs, but unfortunately I'm not looking after all those businesses anymore. My brothers have taken over. So there's one individual who stays with me since he was 4 years old, and he doesn't have a dad anymore. His mom left him, and he has been staying with me. He didn't want to go to school, but yes, with time, he was very talented in driving. He was very talented in so many other extracurricular activities. And then he worked with me, and due to his bad company and friendship, he got hooked into drugs. While he was working with me, he stole money from me to buy drugs. So at first, I did not believe that he got hooked into it, but with time, with so many friends coming to me telling me that he is into drugs, which has really made my heart broken, because he was like a brother to me. And then unfortunately one day he told me that I'm sorry that I am into drugs. I was so touched, and at that moment, the heat of the moment that we call, I said, from where did you get these drugs? I did not follow the law. I just asked him, and then in the middle of the night, I took one of my friend along, the individual who was addicted to it, the place where he went to buy from it. It was somewhere near Police Bazaar. And I just told him which is the house. And then he just showed me. And then me and my friend, because we were so heartbroken, we went and took the laws in our own hand. We kidnapped him, in fact, the drug dealer. We kidnapped him and we thrashed him the whole night. We thrashed him the whole night in my vehicle, from Shillong to Barapani, from Barapani to Millennium. And it went like that. And yeah, and that is, what I did, which is the heat of the moment. Because I was so touched, it touched my own person. And then the results, coming to the conclusion, what were the results? The results were many youths who used to go and buy drugs from that particular peddler was suffering, because they went to that particular area, and there were rumors that was going around that, some people, they came and then they took him. We just thrashed him and we threw him back though to the same place. And what I believe, telling this story, is yes, only enforcement is what I believe. That is my personal belief, that only enforcement won't help. I believe both combinations should come together. Enforcement, strict rules, and also rehabilitation should come along with each other so that we can curb this menace. So this is a small story where, maybe one day I'll make a movie out of it, which is include. So I once again thanks all the participants, wonderful, all who didn't qualify for the second round also, but your valuable thoughts and advices and all the views that you have given are very important for the society, for the state as a whole. So I'm waiting for the results, which I will hand over to Andres. Okay, before we come to the results, we will have a short break where we will have a screening of award-winning short film entitled Strange Love. I think the lights, yeah. Thank you. Pardon? Okay, come. And before the announcements of the results after the screening of this short film, we would like the judges also to say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gautam Same, and I'm here to present our film called Strange Love. It is a short film, 10-minute film, which my co-writer, who's sitting, and also the main actor of the film, is sitting right there, Dandor Lingdor. We came up with this film after we did some research on, the entire issues about drug addiction in our state. And well, it came out to this, and we've been traveling the film. We won Best Film at Imphal at a film festival called Bukta X. And recently, thank you. And about a couple of weeks ago, we were also picked up by Doc School International, and we were in a festival called something like a film festival, which played in Kathmandu and Biratnagar. So this is a film which just deals with a few issues that affect people with addiction. So I hope you like it, and I hope it resonates with you the way it did with people everywhere else. Thank you so much.
Hey, Baham, film tu fikir dia kunang different.
Nek atas nama Hamlet tinggal meh.
Mana ba?
Udi bila mustad dengan internet possible dengan dia.
Hey, Baham so bang different.
And then even you my word up. Juga aku tu kan ni pelik ni dia cek kena ada tu orang kita.
Hey, please come share me around 50 minutes. Kembali mau want to shoot kena cicit. Oh, okay, tot. Thanks, Mom. Hi. Bye, tot. Sure. Thanks. Bidang kenal paham yang tu?
Dia ni kan ni. Strange love. Tapi kalau ni peluk pun suka ada kan ni. Baru mas kamata setuju. Sang hajar peluk. Big money pun mesti. Mama mele trip lah. Yang alili am mamame koina drum best musicians of our time. What times na? Nangal ya nang nang tempat mo.
nakatawa ng kuatip jinja siya ke ibaja ya siang ngaklet lah ada grep mulai nak kenal paham toy toy sedang na sedang
Mili na pa belum tato ya. I'm just a good fool, man. Ni sniff dan right mah. Buat Thailand. Ni akan pergi perkat menginyo aduh benda yo TC kan. Ani siapa school siapa yang ani jing ran cuma di siapa ran di hadim baca katu le ni langot le long kunki aukas tu mah. Tapi tang ba men dapat perkat buat am. Ini nak wasak buat tahu isni mah penting ini di adik bapli ramar boleh makilile sakat po YouTube social media Ibu kim suto bahkan ni poro macam di Jepang betul record ya apa no show kum lo atrai untuk apa second year hantu pan lah sedang studio kerja new SP kita wai project na nilai ngot lah kami tu hok nilai amat lut tang bau game changer sian ni kami tu hok ai mah di heroin TV di recording studio ko ini baru tam tentang strange love ni kuat time ai mah tu heroin actually met museum bin kelah kenrat memang kelah merah kujut pisang kujut macam ni lah kerana selalu kata yang kuat pisang hadu bang ipai kapur macam bina kena sel semua bang besok kelah dilar ya ditawar long dilar peleng kan betul boleh beli asli dukan hantai pat biar lut makuat khor drugs hantai halai Vegas kata ini dia siap mau mah di bawah kenal di bawah kalau singgah balai syak kentang kihu hantu mah bisa tu di mama mela Audi saya tu yang ingkang naik Adin hantu pagi mau kira finish possible by now tin to but to bolu hasibu go full don't full to us to along la kwa along kini la met la you ba shu you untuk ma ba shu ja yo sibu na ni shu wa bi tanga jin tia musu pai tu na ni yo tia kedan ha do step stepan kini pi man sab sabar Shillong khi mà xuống đang mong yêu mà khi lên flexible khi tôi chỉ khăn một bên sẽ ba cũng được bây giờ still phải xin cho là này ada mutar ada di top ni mana ni kini kini mian ada mutar hari posisi dengan ginawan itu ginawan kita saya kira kalau termau saya ginawannya amak betul tak tahu mana được công lên ramai yang sering seneng itu masuk simptom yang ada ketang ke dalam kedua nah rakyat minjam hidup ribu budi justru mau yang ayat ka yang thama juga mengalir nala dia Kiar begini kita
Okay, we will now have a short music video also by the Department of Police to be had on the screens while the marks are being tabulated and before we come out with the results.
In the land of Meghalaya, where the hills rise high, there's a problem we can't deny. Drug abuse increasing, causing pain. From the hills, moving down to the city. Trucks are taking and used all around. Save our soul, the youth are our future. All we need to do is keep them strong.
Drug addiction, it's a disease. We need to show that we all care. We can win it if we fight it. Let's keep our future bright. From the hills moving down to the city, trucks are taking strong. Say no to drugs. Let's make a stronger stand, protecting all our land. Let a helping hand spread now far and wide. Turn the tide on and on again. Turn the tide on and on again.
Let's support to those in need, showing them that we all love and care. Work together for a land drug-free, brighter tomorrow for you and me.
Say no to drugs. Let's make a stronger stand, protecting all our land. Let a helping hand spread now far and wide. Turn the tide on and on again. Turn the tide on and on again. Turn the tide on and on again. Turn the tide on and on again.
In the land.
That was a music video by the Department of Police. Sir, now I know where you stand. You stand against the motion, sir, wherein we say policies should focus more on preventive and rehabilitative, measures, which is what the police department very encouragingly has put forward a music video of that caliber. And very well done, sir. Salute to the department. That being said, the results are out. But before we get to the results, just to put a little bit of pressure again on the same point that Bajab had said before we went off to the screening of where we need both these policies to work together. The reason why we sat and we had a change, if Dr. Jasmine is there around, we had a change in the theme, actually. We had a different theme for this particular debate this morning. But then when we scrutinized the theme and when we went through it, we realized that the major points would not be brought out had we gone with the previous theme, with the first theme, which is why we sat down together and then we redrafted the theme and came up with these two motions. For the motion, again, I'll tell you, we should have stringent policies to combat drug abuse and illicit trafficking. And against the motion was policies should focus towards preventive and rehabilitative measures to combat drug abuse and illicit trafficking. The reason why we put them up was because both of them are required. Bajab has said it also. I will stress on it again. Both these motions are very, very important in the state. And the new drug policy that is being put in place right now is in a phase where I think we are now in the implementation mode. And I think both of these things have been included. And I'd like to thank the students, the participants, who have very, very clearly brought their points out. Some of them very smart, one of them very, very brutally honest. When he didn't know how to answer, he said, I'm sorry, I'm not prepared for that. Yeah. Sometimes honesty is the best policy. When you don't know, you ask around for truths and facts, not go by myths and misconceptions. All right. So I congratulate everyone. Today, everyone is a winner. Unfortunately, we will have only the 3 best speakers today being awarded, but we look forward to your participation again, because the women's wing, I know, will carry this debate competition all around the state. And we as the youth wing that support the women's wing, we from NPYF are there with them hand in hand, along with our seniors from the state, along with the party NPP. So a round of applause for everyone here today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It is very encouraging. Now, before we go to the announcements of the results, also it is very important that our esteemed judges would say a word or two. So I'd like to request Mr. Sangma sir to please come share a few words with us.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable members from the Women's Committee of National People's Party, honorable judges, my dear members from the NPP, as well as the most importantly, the students. Rather, maybe in my speech, I will include even in Hindi. I think some of you might, everybody knows Hindi. So regarding the addiction, before we go, we have heard so many things about these drugs and its prevention. So if you go to define what is addiction and how it actually we could see from the people from our society. I have got one friend from Shillong. He used to smoke biri. He's a smoker of biri. One day we were having a dinner. Then what happened? He was having only 1 stick of biri with him. Then I told him, my friend, you are the smoker of biri. Why you are keeping this biri, single biri with you? Then he said, no, my friend, I have to keep it for tomorrow morning. Well, why? If I go early in the morning to the washroom, without biri, it doesn't come out. I have to have a biri. Otherwise, my going to the washroom is useless. That's called addict. What we have to define in a simple form of addiction. So now you see, when we smoke, I will start from biri. That gentleman had gone inside the toilet and he has already smoked and he did his washroom. He has completed. After him, one who will go inside the toilet, maybe his children, maybe his wife, maybe his friend, maybe anybody. What will be the condition of that particular gentleman, one who is going after that particular gentleman? Obviously, he will be smoking that particular smoke which is already hovering inside that particular toilet. That is called a passive smoking. If that particular wife or that gentleman's sister happened to be pregnant, that will affect to that fetus. So that smoke also affect to us widely. So government has come with the new act, COTPA, which is known as Cigarette and Tobacco Product Act. You might have seen from different police stations, they are going out in the marketplaces, and when they happen to see any smoker on the public place, they are compounding them 200 rupees for smoking in the public place. Many of us has already traveled through airports. When we go to the airport after AS check, security checked, we are going and we are waiting only for boarding the flight. Then what happened? There are so many people waiting in that waiting seat, waiting for their own turn to fly, maybe to their own destination. But there are so many smokers in that particular group. What the provision has made by the Airport Authority of India, that there is a room especially for the smokers. You might have seen, you all might have already traveled. You have seen that there is a room even for a smoker inside the airport. So a smoker cannot disturb to the people, those who are not non-smoker people. So likewise, when we happen to drink We have got so much of celebration. Sometimes during the time of Christmas, during the time of New Year, we used to invite, even during the time of our wedding, even during the time of our birthdays. What we do, we serve drinks. And one of my friend was having his birthday. Then I happened to visit his birthday. Then I just asked him, Mr. Friend, why you have not called this Mr. X, one who was our classmate? But we all are from the classmate. We have already attending your birthday program, but you have not invited him. All we are already invited, but only one person left. He said, क्या करेगा उसको? पीता ही नहीं है. हम लोग का साथ कहाँ बैठेगा वो? So that was the answer. He doesn't drink. He will not be in a position to fit with us to sit in this particular table while celebrating his birthday. So that was the rejection comes from our own friend. अरे वो पीता ही नहीं, उसको बुला के क्या करेगा? वो तो father है. That was the answer from our friend circle. So when we used to have that particular drinks, when we have, maybe we are having a capacity to have 2 or 3 packs, but when we drink 10 or 11 packs, what had happened to us? Next morning, what was the result? What is the reply from that particular gentleman? Uff, sir dard kar raha hai. What does it mean? After getting drunk, after getting drink, it doesn't affect our stomach, it doesn't affect our body, but it affects our brain. We have seen so many people roaming in the market, those who are mad people, those who doesn't have the, due to some other maybe problem, they have become, their brain doesn't work. So what we used to say, "Arey, pagal hai ye, mad people." His physique is very good, everything is good, but the thing is that like his brain is not working. That's why he is roaming in around. He doesn't have any address. He doesn't have any parents, but he's just roaming around. So what does it mean? For everything, we need a brain. For working everything, we need a brain. I have got so many students from here. I would like to tell you also, when our children, they bring less mark or they fail in their final exam, what the parents used to tell, what we used to say to the parents, to others, what is the result of your son? क्या बोलता हम लोग? अरे दिमाग ही नहीं इसका, कहाँ पास होगा? What we used to say, दिमाग ही नहीं उसका, कहाँ पास होगा? पढ़ाई नहीं करता, जितना पढ़ाई करता दिमाग में घुसता ही नहीं. So we need brain. Now I'm coming to the drugs. The same thing. When you consume drugs, when you start taking drugs, it doesn't immediately affect our body, but it affects. But firstly, it affects our brain. If this generation is addicted to drugs, addicted to antisocial, whatever affect our brain, who will take this particular generation ahead? That's why this awareness program. If it could have affected our stomach, if it could have affected our leg, hand, maybe our department and government has not taken so much of initiative, but it affects our brain. A people become insane. He doesn't have that particular capacity to judge what is right, what is wrong. That's what this program. So that your mental health will remain sound, your physically you will remain sound, and psychologically you will remain sound. If we have to speak, I was said by the moderator that I have to speak very few, but very unfortunate when I stand, I speak very long, but I will not speak long. So with these few words, we have to say, yes, we have to say no to drugs. We have to say yes to life. So with this word, I again congratulate the participants as well as to the organizers of this organization, this program. So wishing you all the best. I conclude my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we invite the other judge to come, Dr. Pakha, before we invite again a slight change in our proceedings. I'd like to first of all right now invite the third place winner, and I'll call Dr. Jasmine to please invite the guest to give away the third place winning prize. Then we will have Dr. Pakha have his talk. Then again we will announce the second place winner. Yes, ma'am. And after the second prize, again, David will give his talk and we will announce the winner after David's talk. So, but right now on stage, we'd like to request Ma'am Sangma, to please grace our stage and to also give away the prize for the third place winner.
Okay, the prize for the third place goes to Penskam L. Maunai Umshirpi College. The prize also includes a cash award of 5,000 rupees. Madam Metab Sangma also, she's also the national treasurer of the National People's Party. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving your valuable time for this occasion.
So third place goes to Umshirpi College. Congratulations. We look forward to your participation in these events again. Now I'd like to request Dr. Prakash to please grace our stage. Do share a few words with us.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll not waste much time because all of us are hungry also. So if you look at, see, in my clinical experience as a psychiatrist, I come across, how do we come across addiction? Like a person comes to my clinic, we do the assessment, we do the treatment, we do the detoxification, we do the counseling. So with our best effort also sometimes, the person somehow comes back. Now there are many reasons for it. I will not go into it, but one of the reasons is because of the easy availability of the drugs in and around Shillong or anywhere wherever the person is staying. Now that is the reason why now one part of our treatment, where as a doctor we are doing what we call demand reduction, the other important part of the treatment is supply reduction. So it is the role of the police or narcotic department and other aligned branches which are trying their best to take care of that. So that is the reason why we need the prevention aspect, or the policy aspect. So we have a lot of cases, we have a lot of policies which will help us to help our client in the overall treatment process of the client. Then the next things come. Now once a person gets into addiction, because if you look at our society, remember, there are people already who are addicted. So we cannot say ki we don't need the treatment process, we don't need the prevention aspect, we don't need the rehabilitation process. We have to accept the fact this is happening for centuries. So we need the treatment aspect. That is one who are already into addiction. This is a very important, like this kind of platform where we are involving a lot of student population, a lot of policy makers, where we need to also educate our public. When we come across a lot of patients, first thing I ask is, what make you get into this habit? Many times they will say peer pressure. Many times they will say, "Mere ko malum nahi tha." So education will empower them. Education will help them to understand about these drugs. So as a psychiatrist, I will only say that addiction is a complex, multi-dimensional condition which needs everything from our side. We need police, we need psychiatrists, we need policy makers, we need darbars now. So every one of us have to come into the picture to make sure that this social evil can be taken care. With this much, thank you so much, and congratulations to all the winners and participants. Thank you.
And the prize for the second place goes to code number 1, Debarga Sarkar, St. Anthony's College. And I would request our Shillong City NPYF President, Shri Mebon Rathap, to come on stage. Okay, I would request our state president, Bakit Borlang Nongrem, to kindly give away the second prize to the winner. The second prize An award of rupees 7,000 goes to the second prize.
Congratulations.
A request to all the participants to not leave, especially the winners. You have to do meet with ma'am and the team for a certain registration. Yeah, we'll need your full names to be logged in. Okay, now I'd like to call David Lightplang. Sirs, please do grace our stage and do share a few words with us, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. A few words it'll be because as a journalist, I don't speak. I listen and I look and I eavesdrop. When I was much younger, people used to call me David PCN Ulorni. But that was the only channel available, so they had to digest anything that we gave them. But anyway, it's great to be here. I'm thankful to Dr. Jasmine for remembering me. And you got quite a collection of judges. You've got somebody from the law enforcement, somebody I've worked with. He's busted, I've covered. There are times when, the police and the press, we have a wonderful relationship, a love-hate. We hate each other when it doesn't solve the purpose, and we love when it solves. But we survive anyway. So there are times when Subir would call me up when he was in Lemkra or Lumdingri and say, I heard something like this. Is it true? Then we do the digging around or vice versa. That's how we've been working together towards building a better society, a society that is interconnected with all agencies and a society that's actually moving in the right direction. Dr. Pakha is not unknown to me. He's treated some of my friends. And yes, some of my friends have come from very affluent and knowledgeable families, but they've kind of slipped up and had to seek medical attention, thankfully. And Dr. Pakha is one of the finest psychiatrists that I know the state has. We are very happy to have you serving us. And me, just a journalist, see all sides of the story and get it. When Andreas called me and said, we'd really love you to be a judge, I didn't even say no, didn't even ask who the other judges be, because to me, it's been a major part of my life. Ever since I started my journalism, I've been doing extensive studies and follow-ups and trying to understand the complex subject of drug abuse, substance abuse, and HIV. Actually, I delved more into HIV, and then I realized it was interrelated. And now, believe you me, when I look at the generation that follows us, instead of hope, I have fear and apprehension that if this menace, if this disease does not get handled, contained, and I can't really say eradicated, though all of us would wish, but it's next to impossible at the rate at which we are going. I feel happy that 6 colleges took part, and I feel very unhappy. I hope some of my media friends do an editorial on why colleges and schools shun away from something as important as this. And I salute the women folk of the NPP for having taken this step. And I was just telling Dr. Jasmine, let it not be a one-off, because it's easy for all of us to come at the convention center or Sosotham or a college auditorium and spend an hour and talk, and then we are all aware, then we all go back to the same business where we pretend to be unaware. What we need is true, great, better, more adaptive and more modified policies to take care of those that break the law. But what is even more important, and I always underscore that, is that please, let's not treat them as outcasts, as criminals, as people that society does not wish to deal with. They are our own. They are our future. There's no point in in the governor, the prime minister, the chief minister, looking at a bunch of young people and saying, you are the future, when God knows what you're doing behind that. We need you, youth. We need you. This is your generation. Meghalaya needs your strengths. It needs your education. It needs your aptitude. And you have the best of the best. When we were growing up, we didn't even have a cell phone. You've got internet, you've got high-speed internet, you've got everything. You've got information at the tips of your fingers, at the click of a mouse, or a stroke of your smartphone. Use that to become a better human being, contribute to society, talk to a friend, talk to your peers, talk to your relatives, talk to your cousins, because I'm pretty sure everybody in this audience at the moment has come across somebody who means something to him or her, who's gotten to this path. And it's upon the community to actually come together. Without the community, no law enforcement. There's no Dr. Pakha, no Subir Sangma, no David Lightplang. There's not going to be even NPP Women's Wing. If the community doesn't come in, if the community doesn't engage itself with a commitment and a desire to resolve this menace and this disease, nothing can happen. But it's not disheartening. I would only say that maybe we take a lesson from today's session, which was wonderful. The debaters, awesome. Some of you were good, some of you were not too confident. This is a technical point of view, what I observed. And something that pains me, Shillong, known for its debates, is actually not the same. So you all should actually have, because debating brings suggestion, thoughts, and feelings and emotions. Debate doesn't have to be on stage. Debate in your canteen, debate in Kong Deng's shop, debate in a taxi. Talk about it. The more you talk about it, the more you sensitize. And the more you talk about something to somebody, eventually, even if 10 or 20% sinks in, at least the purpose would have been solved. Thank you very much. Don't want to take much of your time. Congratulations to everybody. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bar David. Yes, every time Bar David speaks, it makes, he really speaks it out from his heart. And though I was arranging a few things here, I got a few words of what you said. And of course, the more we talk about it, the more sensitized the matter gets. It's time to, like I said earlier, it's time to sweep the garbage out of the carpet and let's clean our floors. That being said, I would like to request all the participants of today's competition to please take to the stage. All the participants who are there to please take to the stage. I also request Dr. Jasmine, ma'am, please do grace us with a few words.
I think we all enjoyed ourselves. Did you? I can't hear. Did you? Okay. So, as I had said at the very beginning, this is not a one-time event. We are going to take your points forward from here because we want that when students come and participate in these kind of events, their suggestions, their ideas about the new policies, their way of implementing these policies should come from them. So I would like to just summarize, it's also there on the screen, a few points that we found were relevant from today's session. And we'll work on these because we are going to have many, many more such programs, and the points will keep on adding up. We'll have more depth as we go for more and more more and more programs. And I think even the youth, NPYF, are really interested to do their own debates, and we really encourage our youth to also engage in these kind of debates. I'll just read out a few points that have really stood out. The government needs to enact new policies and strictly enforce the old ones. Yes, we are fortunate that we have DREAM, which is a policy for drug reduction elimination, and action mission. As you can, see from the name itself, it is a far-reaching policy that not only looks at the illicit trafficking, but it also covers a lot about rehabilitation in the community. So smugglers are using loopholes in our laws to prevent themselves to be in jail. Yes, this is a very important point because society keeps on looking at the same people being caught. So maybe this is a policy that needs to really be enforced. Policies in migration must be strict to prevent drug trade since the drugs come from outside the state. I think very well said by our contestants that if we are in that route, we know that it will come. It's not that we are blaming anybody, not that one state is worse than the other, but it's just the route that we're in. So we need to ensure that, yes, we have proper border security for drug to enter into our state. Education is the key. Educated people are less likely to use drugs, to become a drug abuser. Maybe yes, maybe no, because we have seen that it can start from a biri smoking and end up to heroin. So it can be a lot of factors that need to be addressed at the school level. Hopefully, we'll get more counselors, more, counseling facilities in our colleges. Then we also said that understand the reason why drug user abuses drugs and learn to help them prevent such actions. Their poor mental health can lead to drug addiction, which I think even from the women's wing, we will really take this mental health as a very important component of how we help our society. Accessibility and affordable treatment should be given to drug addicts. Yes, this is something that really, even in our communities, we are finding that many of them cannot go for these treatments because of the pricing, because of the costing, because of the logistics, even sending somebody, out of the state, like we have heard, but David said, it doesn't matter that you go out of the state or within the state. The treatment facilities should be affordable for our young people who are caught in this menace of drugs abuse. So I thank our participants. I hope that I have not missed the important points. If I have, you can please, send it to us, okay, so that we can include these in our resolution. Thank you to you all, and thank you to our judges.
Thank you, Kong Jasmine, our East Hills District President of the Women's Wing NPP. I would like to request Ba Jit Singh Kurba to come up on stage, Ma Mebon Rapthap, and also our State President of the Women's Wing, Kong Nong Plo, to come on stage. Kindly. Kindly, Bajit, just hand over the participation certificates and medals to all the participants. Pak Mebon also. Round of applause for all the participants. Thank you, Bajit. Bajit is the East Khasils District President of the National People's Party. And our Mebon Rapthap is the Youth President of the National People's Youth Front, Shillong City. Coming finally to the first prize, which is the best debater. Any guess from the audience? You got it right. Code number 13, Admita Bhattacharjee, St. Mary's College, is the best debater for today's program. Congratulations. And she also gets a cash prize of rupees 10,000. Okay, thank you.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, students from all the different colleges, respected judges, our guests, members of the party, from the state, from, I don't think we have anybody from national, but thank you to the members of the state. Thank you to the members of the districts. Thank you to the representatives of Shillong city as well. The boys are all there. We've got a lot of work to do, man. We've got a lot of work to do. The women's wing are there to lead us. We're going to visit a lot of schools. We're going to carry this campaign forward. There's so much work to be done, but also a heartfelt gratitude to the participating contestants from the various colleges. You guys were really, really amazing today. Some of you all, of course, that's why we have winners. But on this particular occasion, I strongly and firmly believe there are no losers today. We've all come out with a vast amount of knowledge with us. And I expect you guys to carry this back to your colleges. And please pass on the message that the NPP party is going to come visit your college, and that we expect you guys to welcome us with open arms so that we can fight this menace together. We can fight this disease together. Say no to drugs. Thank you, everyone. Until we meet again, God bless. We'll have a short photo session, guys, so stay there.
Come, President.